for ASICON 2023. And now I think Dr. Bhogia will explain you about the scientific agenda, a small brief. I am handing over to Dr. Bhogia. So I welcome you all again.
A very warm good morning all in Delhi. It's indeed a pleasure to host everybody for the ASICON 2023 in Delhi, and it's happening in Delhi almost after 2 decades. So all the credit goes to the complete ASICON team headed by Dr. Gilada sir. And it is, I am sure, going to be a great event for the next 3 days. We had a very interactive and very nice pre-conference workshop on self-testing yesterday, and I'm sure there were a lot of people who had connected online as well. And so with this, I just want to tell you that it's going to be a challenging and diagnostic interactive cases which we are going to have over the next 2.5 days or so, where we have a mix of work and we have the opportunity of participation from clinicians, researchers, as well as policymakers who are going to be there. And we are covering a varied amount of topics which vary from the latest anti-therapeutics for the HIV, Hep B, Hep C, tuberculosis diagnostics, as well as COVID, which has created havoc in the last couple of years, and the still going phenomena of long COVID. So all that's going to be touched upon. And in addition to that, obviously biomedical preventive measures to combat HIV and STIs, their management in key populations nationally as well as globally would be highlighted. So we are fortunate to have such esteemed faculty, and I'm sure it would be a treat, and we will have a good scientific session. With this, I hope you all enjoy the scientific treat as well as the local hospitality and travel around in Delhi, as Dr. Ruby highlighted, the Delhi and Dilwalon ki. So there are a lot of places, good eat outs, which can be also enjoyed. And we have 2 fun-filled cultural events also organized in the evenings, which I would request you to join. With that, I would hand over the mic to the organizing team to start with the scientific session. Thank you so much.
So we'll start with the oral abstract session. I would like to invite our co-chair, Dr. Swami from Mysore and Dr. Ashish Shrestha from Nepal. We have the 4 abstract presentation.
Good morning to all. Second time, the team for chairing the session. The first session of the oral abstracts, and welcome Dr. Lingala Rajeshwari from Pondicherry. She will be speaking on metabolic derangement encountered on long-term exposure to ART. Yeah. We have 10 minutes time.
Firstly, I would like to thank the organizing team for giving me this opportunity to present my study. So the study was about metabolic derangements encountered on long-term exposure to combination antiretroviral therapy. I'm Dr. Rajeshwari, junior resident from Department of Medicine. So antiretroviral therapy, as we know, has revolutionized the survival and quality of life in people living with HIV. the trend of disease morbidity has changed, primarily from opportunistic infections and immunological dysfunction to more of metabolic problems, as more and more people living with HIV are leading a very normal survival with very robust immunological and very good virological suppression. So OIs are no longer a major burden. In contrast, metabolic problems are on the rise and they dominate the picture. HIV, as we know, is a chronic inflammatory state, and there is chronic monocyte macrophage activation leading to high levels of inflammation, as we know from the previous studies which show the high CRP levels. Now, these high HSCRP levels have been correlated to have independent risk to development of cardiovascular disease. They also have been shown to have disease progression irrespective of CD4 count and viral loads. And there is also significant impact on bone mineral density in people living with HIV for various reasons, which we'll be discussing. And vitamin D will modulate inflammation, immune system, and bone health. So, do metabolic abnormalities result from HIV infection itself, or due to ART, or merely reflect the lifestyle-related conditions prevalent in the general population? Is a difficult question to answer. So, we had two research questions predominantly. Does increased duration of exposure to ART increase the risk of development of metabolic syndrome? And the second one is, what is the relationship between inflammation and immune response to ART? So to answer these research questions, we had two objectives: to describe the burden of metabolic abnormalities in patients on long-term ART, and to analyze these trends with increasing duration of ART exposure. And the second is to assess the correlation between vitamin D levels, CRP, and CD4 counts. So this was a cross-sectional observational study performed during this period, Jan 2021 to Jan 2023, and the sample size included 116 patients. The sample size was calculated based on the previous study, which showed the prevalence of metabolic syndrome in an Italian study to be 45%. The inclusion criteria were age more than 18 years, and they should be on combination antiretroviral therapy for more than a period of 5 years. And the exclusion were, at the time of initiation of ART, none of these should be present: diabetes, hypertension, dyslipidemia, ischemic heart disease, CKD, and CLD. So every patient was subjected to this standard questionnaire, which comprised of the following questions. Post the questionnaire, we took anthropometric measurements, predominantly included BMI, waist circumference, waist to hip ratio, followed by blood pressure measuring and a few laboratory parameters, which included lipids, blood glucose, vitamin D levels, hemoglobin, CRP, and later on we performed bone mineral density using DEXA. It was assessed at 3 sites. So coming to the results, 53% of them were males, and 41%, the highest, were in the age group of 41 to 50 years, and 1/3 were more than 50 years. This is like predominant. There was a higher mean age of 47 years. So based on the duration of ART exposure, we have divided the groups. We have divided into groups the people. Group A consisted of 5 to 9 years duration of ART exposure, B 10 to 14 years, and group C consisted of more than 15 years. So accordingly, we had these percentage of patients, like 54% of them belong to group A, 32 in group B, and 14 in group C. The median duration of ART exposure was 9 years. And the CD4 in each of them was 720, 636, and 793. So we found that 14% of the study population were hypertensive. The overall prevalence of diabetes was found to be 29%. The prevalence in each of the groups A, B, and C was 19, 46, and 31%. The mean BMI was 24.3. Among that, 6% were underweight. 1/3 of the population had normal BMI, and the remaining 58% were either overweight or obese, and 9% were morbidly obese with a BMI of more than 30. When we assess the BMI among the 3 groups, so we can see that as the duration of ART exposure increased, there was a statistically significant decrease in the BMI. We assess the metabolic syndrome across the 3 groups. there was no significant association between the duration and the occurrence of metabolic syndrome. As we can see with the p-value of 0.4, the overall prevalence of metabolic syndrome in the study population was 45%. Interestingly, the study which we took to calculate the sample size also had a prevalence of metabolic syndrome of 45%. And the prevalence of metabolic syndrome in males and females was 47 and 43 with no significant difference. Next, we assess the correlation of vitamin D levels with the level of inflammation as suggested by inflammatory biomarker HSCRP. We can see that there is a significant negative correlation between the two with a correlation coefficient of 0.3. So that higher the inflammation, they are more prone to vitamin D deficiency, or there are higher risk of vitamin D deficiency. We also found that patients with low vitamin D levels, that is less than 20, had 6 times higher risk of having more inflammatory levels. And the median HSCRP found it was 7.25. Increased inflammatory levels persisted across all the groups. 16% were vitamin D deficient. So next we assess the immune status with the inflammation level which was there in the population. So we could see that there was a significant negative correlation between the CD4 and the inflammatory level, which implies that lower the CD4, there is higher inflammation. All those, the left side which we can see, like 30 patients had immunological failure, and all 13 of them had a very high HSCRP of 70 to 74. Coming to the bone mineral density, 23% for osteoporosis and 44% for osteopenia. And during assessment of bone mineral density, we excluded the postmenopausal women who consisted 20 patients were postmenopausal. And as we can see that as the duration of ART exposure increased, there is a significant fall in the bone mineral density with a p-value of 0.001. When we looked at the association between BMI with BMD, as suggested in other studies, we found a negative correlation between them. We found a positive correlation between them with a R value of 0.3. That means people who were underweight had a higher risk of development of osteoporosis. So we can, this is the blue one indicates 5 to 9 year duration. The pink one is 10 to 14 years, and the green dots are more than 15 years. In all three duration of exposure, there was a positive correlation. That is, lower the BMI, they have low BMI. And this correlation, it increased as the duration of ART exposure increased. Like group A had R value of 0.2, while group C had a higher R value. So coming to the limitations, this was a single center study with a smaller sample size. We need a larger cohort with multi-centric studies to establish the results found in this study. So I'll conclude by telling that although the occurrence of metabolic syndrome and diabetes was found to be higher, but the duration did not have any influence. Longer duration of exposure led to significantly lower BMI and higher risk of development of osteoporosis. Immune restoration, as defined by CD4 levels, reduces inflammation, as shown by the inverse correlation of CD4 with HSCRP levels. Thank you.
Thank you for the good presentation. Questions from the audience?
Thank you, Dr. Rajeshwari, Pondicherry, and I'm also from Pondicherry. And I'm the oldest in this group. I'm 71 years of age. Age is a disease. So the biggest confounded here would be with advancing age, see whether any of these metabolic parameters would differ. Yes. The second part is when I teach medicine, I say the normal CD4 count is 800 to 1,200. You have got up to 1,800 in some of your patients. That's very good, very remarkable. Why are they exceeding the norms? I don't know what is the norm. Why are they exceeding the norms? Okay, that's another. The third one is don't really worry about vitamin D. Vitamin D is an offshoot of our general, population. Or many of us have low vitamin levels and such. The fourth one is look at osteopenia a little differently. You're hitting on something very good. Osteopenia seems to be there amongst your, HIV patients who are taking ART. Try to look at those causes as to why they're developing a BMP, which is lower than norms. Very much appreciate. I congratulate your team on this work.
I'm Raj Pawar from the University of Delhi. It's a wonderful study and continue carrying. Question I have is the sex difference made in the initial conflict. We show sex difference in here a small study of patient and large study in 300 patients look at the sex differences. It's a difference between.
Yes.
Thank you.
We should have one question. You mentioned only about the ERT per se. Did you find any particular drug for these metabolic combinations?
Of 160, 110 were on PLD.
PLD.
So only 6 were some other ART.
You
110
do that
were
excess span for all the patients. Excess span for all the patients.
for all the.
Thank you.
Thank you. So, we invite Dr. Nishna Raman, the presentation from phase 4 non-intervention study to access study the fixation and following procedure of the ART initial.
With increasing pre-treatment resistance to NRTI, sexual toxicity, and requirement of co-formulated unsedated, with respect to dolce regimens, preferred first and second line PIG. So we did a single center non-interventional observation study with ambidextrous patient involvement, in which we included all consecutive ART naive and treatment experienced patients who were switched to dual NRTI plus dolutegravir based first or second line ART, and completed their first follow-up between June 2020 and December 2022. Our primary outcomes were biological suppression defined by thresholds of 1,250 copies per ml. Our secondary outcomes included anthropometric changes, metabolic effects, and adverse events. We excluded patients with severe hepatic or renal failure, and we excluded patients with non-availability of baseline viral load and ART experienced patients who had absence of ART history. Overall, 335 patients met the inclusion criteria. Post-hoc, 13 patients were excluded, 9 due to missing biological data, and 4 patients who had too less of a time on dolutegravir for us to assess its effects. 4 of them died within a few days to a week of initiation of dolutegravir. 322 patients who were finally analyzed in our cohort included a predominantly male cohort with a median age of 46 years. 41.3% of our cohort was ART naive, 48.1% was biologically suppressed, and 44.1% of our overall cohort and 67.9% of our treatment experienced patients were in the background of first-line ART failure, which corresponded to 142 patients. In our primary outcome, we assessed the proportion of patients with virological suppression at 4 weeks, those who had a viral load of less than 1,000 copies per ml, including patients who were viremic but resuppressed after an interval of intensified adjuvants. We found that overall 97.8% of our patients were virologically suppressed, which included all ART naive patients and all patients who substituted NRT8 to dolutegravir in their first line ART. 98.7% of our patients who were virologically suppressed at baseline maintained their virological suppression, and 95.1% of our patients who received dual NRTI plus dolutegravir after first line ART failure were virologically suppressed at 24 weeks. With the threshold of 250 copies per ml, we observed that more than 90% of our patients across all subgroups and more than 85% of patients across subgroups maintain virological suppression with these thresholds. And our data corresponds to the data from clinical trials and other real-world data from India, which in general shows a good virological efficacy of dolutegravir. In our multivariable analysis, we included ART history, including exposure to multiple NRTIs, and baseline virological and immunological characteristics adjusted for age and sex, and found no impact of previous treatment failure and exposure to multiple NRTI backbone agents on the biological effectiveness of tolerance. As my previous speaker highlighted the metabolic impacts in HIV, we analyzed the impact of dolutegravir-based ART regimens on body weight. And since a lot of recent research has shown that dolutegravir-based ART regimens lead to increased weight gain, we found that there was a median unadjusted weight gain of 3.5 kg. And in general, there was a greater weight gain, as is highlighted in red, in patients with poorer health at baseline, that is ART naive patients, patients who were biologically unsuppressed at baseline, and those with CD4 of less than 350. It's not that these patients who had greater weight gains, but also the ones who started with a lower BMI. And studies in African cohorts have found that females have gained more weight, but we did not find any significant difference between males and females. We assessed the number of patients, the proportion of patients who gained more than 10% of weight gain, a significant weight gain, which corresponded to the median value of weight gain. And we found that 27.3% of our patients gained more than 10% weight gain. As was evident with the mean weight gain, patients with poorer health at start gained more weight. And patients who are underweight at start of dolutegravir ART gain more weight. But a thing for Bali here is that weight gain is occurring across the ranges of BMI. And although low in proportion, patients who are normal or overweight are also gaining more than 10% body weight, which is a issue of concern. And a recent network meta-analysis has shown that dolutegravir, comparable to other registries, leads to more weight gain, and lower CD4 and high HIV RNA are risk factors for weight gain. The effect on lipid profile, we found that there was a non-significant change in median values of total cholesterol and triglycerides in ART naive patients. Among treatment-experienced patients, median values of total cholesterol decreased by 18.5 and 15 milligram per deciliter in patients who switched from NNRTI and PI. And there was a decrease in the median value of triglycerides by 24.5 milligram per deciliter in the PI. And most profound effect was in the in treatment-experienced patients who already had dyslipidemia baseline, wherein there was a 51 milligram per deciliter median decrease in triglyceride levels. Non-HDL cholesterol followed a similar trend. The changes in LDL cholesterol were minimal. And HDL cholesterol, there was a small increase in the ART9 patients, but the total cholesterol, the HDL ratio remained unaffected. And as we can see that there was a significant dip in the incidence of dyslipidemia at 6 months on exposure to dolutegravir-based ART, more evident in treatment-experienced patients. And hence we conclude that dolutegravir has an overall lipid neutral effect, and decrease in lipid fractions is due to the withdrawal of the offending agent, which happens to be NNRTI or PI. Overall, dolutegravir, we can say that has a beneficial effect on lipids. Liver and renal function were more or less unaffected by dolutegravir. There were no apparent negative effects. 3.2% of our patients developed asymptomatic transaminitis with AST and ALT levels less than 10 times the upper normal limit in all these patients. And all but one patient resolved subsequently and allowed continuation of dolutegravir. And as hitherto evidence suggests that drug-induced liver injury with dolutegravir is rare, and dolutegravir has no true renal adverse effects. We evaluated CPK levels in 107 patients. We found that 25.2% of our patients were detected with asymptomatic elevation of serum CPK, all low grade, with no patient having high grade elevation. And as such, there is a mixed evidence on the effect of dolutegravir on serum CPK, and significance is not very well established as for now. Overall, dolutegravir-based dual NRT plus dolutegravir-based personal ART were well tolerated. A total of 31 dolutegravir-specific adverse events were reported by 7.1% of our 112 patients that we evaluated for adverse events. The incidence of CNS adverse events, including neuropsychiatric disorders and dizziness, was low in our cohort. And as this network meta-analysis has summarized, that tolerability is an area of high certainty for dolutegravir. Dolutegravir regimen dual NRTI plus dolutegravir regimen discontinuation was only seen in 3 patients 2 patients who developed proximal myopathy on dolutegravir based PRP, and 1 patient who developed transaminitis that resolved on switch precognizance. 27 NRTA backbone substitutions were seen, the commonest being EDF to TAF due to the CKD or rise in PRPD. And finally, our study, we have a large cohort which we are following up prospectively now for outcomes at 48 weeks and 96 weeks, and it's limited by, but our study is limited by the observational method. In conclusion, dolutegravir dual NRTA plus dolutegravir based PRP provides a robust, effective, and safe regimen for first and second line ERT recipients with high rates of virological suppression and a favorable effect on lipid profile and low rates of adverse events. Weight gain is a bothersome concern, and our data supports an unconditional switch to dolutegravir as first and second line ERT. Thank you.
Thank you. Very well presented. So, floor is the first question.
I have not been using ETG, so I don't have much experience. But what is worrying me on this slide, on the slides that you showed me was that 25% of about 218 patients on whom you have checked CPK had high levels of CPK. I'm a general physician. If I see somebody with high levels of CPK on statins, I stop the statins. And I'm also troubled when you have shown that 2 of your patients have proximal myopathy. When CPK is high, it is only released from either cardiac muscle or skeletal muscle. So please follow up on that and review that and see whether that CPK, the transaminitis was issued also released from muscle. Have a look at that. And otherwise, I value my muscle, but I must make sure that ongoing damage to muscle is not occurring. It is a serious side effect. How many other drugs available for the treatment of preeclampsia?
That's other solutions, sir, and for that. And it is a bothersome concern, and it was rather shocking for us when we saw this data that nearly 5% of our patients had it.
Sir, your point is very well taken, and that the study is still ongoing. We are the principal, basically founders of this similar deficiency center of the armed forces. And for us, any form of myopathy is a huge concern because we are dealing with highly fit patients. So, but so far clinically, we have not found any significance of the increased CPK, but we are ongoing, and once if there is any established listing and if it is significant, we will certainly report it at the right.
We have one question. Apart from metabolic complex, we find any metabolic referred.
We are rather doing that. This cohort that we have established, we are doing a DEXA scan and whole body composition. And most likely in the next 6 months, we will have results on that. So we are owning it.
Your hospital last year in Mysore, in 3 cases, last 1 year, they were on academic based regimen. They developed pseudogonadization. We have posted in the conference today. So those are interested can watch. Ask questions, my colleague Divya will be there. That's what you can just watch.
Thank you.
Clinically, we've not found any lipodystrophy in dolutegravir patients that in this cohort.
Thank you.
Now I invite Dr. Prakash Maurya from Delhi. So he is leading on HIV testing and diagnosis games in New Delhi. Impact of 3 years of COVID-19.
Good morning, respected chairpersons and delegates. The topic of my presentation is HIV testing and diagnosis experience with the impact of COVID. So, as you all know, early HIV testing and thereby early initiation of ART is very important to achievement in the world. if ART is started within 4 months of say, HIV seroconversion, it is associated with greater long-term increase in CD4 count. And early ART it drastically reduces AIDS-related deaths and also HIV transmission in this society. India contributes to around 8.5% of global AIDS-related deaths in 2019, the year that was preceding COVID-19. In the last 3 years, we had COVID-19 pandemic, and so recognizing the capability of COVID-19 pandemic associated restrictions to impact HIV services, we collected and compared the data on HIV testing and diagnosis at our center from 2020 to 2023. So, we collected documents and reports on HIV testing and diagnosis from 1st January 2016 to 31st December 2022 from ICTC testing teams. Documents had individual identification numbers, age, gender, testing, where it was provided initiative or client initiative. Data we analyzed on Microsoft Excel and GraphPad, and we applied chi-square test in analysis to calculate p values, and p values less than 0.05 was considered significant. So coming on results, compared to pre-COVID-19 years, in the first year of the pandemic, we had around 56% drop in HIV testing. In the second year of COVID-19 pandemic, we had 54% drop in HIV testing compared to pre-COVID-19 years. And in the third year of pandemic, 2020, we still were lagging compared to pre-COVID-19 years by 22%. Compared to pre-COVID-19 years, testing among females is reduced, significantly reduced in 2022, last year. Provider-initiated testing at our center, it constitutes more than 2/3 of total testing, but it was drastically reduced in first year of the pandemic by around 60%, and it got further reduced during 2021. So, as I was telling, the number of individuals who underwent HIV testing at our center, it was reduced by 56.9% during 2020, 55.6% during 2021, and 21% by 2022 compared to pre-COVID-19 years, average numbers was there. During 2022, testing among females was significantly reduced than males. Provider-initiated testing used to constitute more than 2/3 of testing at our center. In 2020, provider-initiated testing dropped by 60%, and client-initiated dropped by 48%. During 2021, client-initiated testing saw improvement, but provider-initiated testing got further reduced. During 2022, there was non-significant reduction in provider-initiated testing compared to previous. Coming on, confirmed HIV positive cases. We compared to this one, compared to pre-COVID-19 years, in 2020 we had around 54% drop in HIV testing in first year of pandemic. In second year, we had 43% drop in HIV positive cases compared to pre-COVID-19 years. And in third year, we had 10% drop compared to pre-COVID-19 years positive cases. Testing, since testing among females was reduced, so diagnosis among females was also reduced. So as I was telling, during 2020, new HIV cases declined by 54% compared to pre-COVID-19 years. During 2021, new HIV cases declined by 43% due to low testing. And during 2022, new HIV cases declined by 10% compared to pre-COVID-19 years. During 2021, there was around 13.9% increase in HIV positive male, despite less than 1% change in HIV testing compared to 2022. HIV positive females, there was a rise 13.2%, but it was similar. It was in similar proportion to rise in HIV testing among females. Then among age group, the age group between 35 to 49 years, the testing among this group, it was significantly reduced in 2022. In less than 14 years, it is also reduced, but it is not probably because of COVID-19, because we are seeing a declining trend of mother to child transmission in the society. And we saw it in 2019 also. Coming on transmission part, due to pandemic associated restrictions, we had decline in commercial sex partners, transmission through commercial sex partners. But the concern is we had rise in this transmission through infected females and homosexual and bisexual in 2020 compared to pre-COVID-19 years. And while transmission through commercial sex partners, it has decreased due to pandemic restrictions. So in conclusion, HIV testing and diagnosis, it was severely disrupted during 3 years of COVID-19 pandemic. Age, gender, risk behavior, they observed significant changes. HIV testing is still not required to pre-pandemic numbers during 2020, and doesn't include with other centers across India and around the globe. We need to modify our approach for HIV testing so that it can at least become normal at pre-pandemic levels, and testing among target subpopulations which are affected during pandemic institutions. The findings are partially published in AIDS Care and in the last conference and in International AIDS Conference in Canada, and the paper is there in the Thank you.
Good observation study. The question from the audience.
Provided a lot of data. Perhaps my assimilation of knowledge of my subsequent statements may not be perfectly correct. You have shown that client initiated or patient or the provider initiated testing pre-COVID and post-COVID. There was no significant difference.
No, there was.
Yeah. Second thing is, what I read from the data was that there was an increase in the number of HIV positives post-COVID period testing or during the COVID period testing.
Percentage, yes.
Percentage.
Yeah, percentage is increased, but the numbers,
Why?
probably because
Is it the that a targeted group that you showed IV drug use during the closeted period of COVID, people were involved but in more IV drug use. It is not a sexual transmission.
yeah, because they were telling that this data was collected by counselors. So they got the clients, they were telling that.
But anyway, just have to look, my reading may be wrong, a lot of data was there, but that is my observation from the slides that hit me on my eye.
Just, it's very important now during this COVID era that these are all new cases or these are all positive cases referred cases for the ART. But what is your comment on that?
These are all new cases.
New cases.
Yes.
Okay, so probably the reason for increasing of the post-COVID, probably the lockdown, people are trying to come to the AIMS and they did not get the opportunity to transport, and then they came later stage when the COVID is over. So the number, probably that would be one proposition for
Yes,
increasing
the percentage has increased, but not the total actual number of the actual number is significantly down, but the percentage, yes, is increased.
So that's one. Percentage should not increase, the number of cases increase. So what is the denominator? So the positivity that because of all self, tested people coming, as you are saying, new.
Yes.
If I'm thinking, I'm suffering, I may be HIV positive, I'm coming to you, the AIMS. Now, how many are negative? I am having high risk behavior. That's why I'm coming to you for the testing to AIMS. Now, how many are negative? What is the denominator?
Sir, we are not here considering like it is calculated based on a number of people tested and number of people, how much quantity among them. So it is based on that.
We have close 1,100 people. Their number is 11 and then gone was probably 1,200.
I give you example. So in pre-COVID era, there were around 2,700 people tested. Among them, I think 500 something were positive. So percentage were calculated based on this thing.
Thank you.
Last question.
Chairman and audience. See, actually, what is one strange thing, it's not really strange, it's something that's been observed by all of us during the whole pandemic. Is that only who really needed to come to the hospital. Hospital was actually considered a place of threat during the COVID pandemic. So that may be one of the reasons why, you know, you are only really needed true positive like cases who have come to the hospital like that time. That's why possibly that positivity rate has gone up like in, and of course, COVID, of course, things are coming back. We are seeing the difference at that stage. So it is applicable not only for child testing, but for almost all the ecosystem. So unnecessary testing, unnecessary visits to hospital, unnecessary at that time. So that's that will be one of the things.
It's a good presentation. Of course, it gives us an insight into the need for self-testing kits, for which ASI also is very strongly advocating. It gives us hope. I think it would always take your conclusion.
Yes,
It definitely gets us understand in a better perspective. Thanks. And apart from this, like adding to the wine, the testing was reduced in that time, COVID time. But there is no access to come to the hospital, number one. Number two, lack of sexual activity because the distance you have to maintain. It could be one of the reasons also.
actually, sir, the second point I may not explain because there was like there when we were seeing that compared to 2020, compared to 2021, there was rising HIV positive increase, even though there was not vaccine exchange. So I think that the people were able to, although there was lockdown, everything was their hospitals, there were problems at the hospital, like they were not taking more and more patients, they were taking a long waiting list, but people were able to, I think people were able to access the hospital, but there were problem at the hospital, not at the people, they were able to, because of they were long, they were social distancing, they were taking a limited number of patients. So the issue was with the hospital.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Just request all the presenters to hand over their presentation to the team here. All of them here. So quickly requesting Dr. Shruti to come and present topic which comes first. Diagnostic proofs in HIV diseases.
Good morning, everybody. I'm Dr. Shruti, a first-year DNB resident from Sir Gangaram Hospital. I think in contrast to the previous very thorough research studies, I would like to highlight some important learnings that can be made from observing just a single patient. I'll be discussing the diagnostic clues in an HIV visceral leishmaniasis co-infection. So HIV and leishmania are two very powerful infections, which when coexistent can ravage the host immunity. The way these two organisms interact with each other is complex, and I actually find it rather beautiful. The HIV, as we know, affects the antigen-presenting cells, which are the CD4 cells. There is a specific affection of the T helper 1 cells, a decrease in the T helper 1 cells rather, which inhibits the parasite clearance. Because the T helper 1 cells are low, there is skewing towards T helper 2 cells, and this promotes parasite replication. Just the presence of leishmania in the blood, it causes an increased expression of CCR5 receptors, and this ultimately promotes viral entry and viral replication. Definitely two solid partners in crime. So in the world, there are about 3 predominant regions, that is the Latin America, East Africa, and the Indian subcontinent, which are reporting these co-infections, with just 10 countries between this region, which are reporting almost 90% of cases. And important research from these 3 regions have shown that patients who have these HIV and visceral leishmaniasis co-infections, they are important reservoirs for transmission of leishmania because these are patients who are often difficult to treat and have a significant percentage of relapses. So having established that this is an important subgroup to focus on, I move on to our patient. He's a 52-year-old gentleman from Bihar. He's a farmer who's been living with HIV, and he has been on ART, that is the yearly regimen, for 10 months. When he presented to us, he had intermittent episodes of high-grade fever along with productive cough, and this had been happening for the past 8 months. On examination, he was a frail gentleman. He had pallor, hepatomegaly, and massive splenomegaly. So on diagnostic evaluation, we found that he had worsening pancytopenia. There was, as suspected, anemia of chronic disease. And interestingly, he had a high gamma globulin level. His HIV-1 serology was positive. There was adequate viral load suppression. And his CD4 counts though were 128. So this patient is presenting with a fever and a cough, productive cough. So definitely our first differential in him would be TB. But all sputum tests and radiological examination did not reveal any findings of TB. The other opportunistic infection workup, that is for pneumocystis, cryptococcus, and syphilis, all of them were negative. So again, going back to the history, this is the patient who presented with fever. There was pallor, hepatosplenomegaly. So definitely a bone marrow examination is warranted. And voila, we had a diagnosis. We found amastigotes in the bone marrow. So this was a diagnosis of visceral leishmaniasis. Even specific leishmanial tests, which were the RK39 and the IgM-IgG antibodies, were also positive. So this is a timeline of the patient. The patient had been diagnosed with HIV 10 months ago and had been on ART for the last 10 months. During the course of this 10 months, he somewhere in between, he started developing symptoms, which ultimately led to the diagnosis. But what is important to focus on the timeline is that following 2 months of ART initiation is when he started developing symptoms. It is also, so this is in specific, this timeline of presentation, it raises an important question. Could this be an immune reconstitution syndrome? If it was an immune reconstitution, would it be an unmasking or a black box? So it is important to remember that our patient is a resident of Bihar, and he had no previous history of being treated for leishmaniasis or any symptoms of leishmaniasis in the past. So maybe there is a possibility that this is an unmasking type of virus. There are specific clues also in the diagnostic evaluation that can tell us what kind of a co-infection this is. So our patient had a few atypical symptoms. He definitely had pallor, splenomegaly, all of which is the classical triad. But he also presented a productive cough, which could not be explained by any other opportunistic infection evaluation. So this is something that is known with HIV-VL co-infections, where if there is parasite seeding in other sites, they can often present with GI symptoms, with cough. If, for example, the leishmania was in the pleura. Another important trend to monitor here is the CD4 reconstitution decay. So sadly, our patient did not have his previous reports of CD4 counts, but he remembered that his CD4 count was less than 100 when he was initially diagnosed with HIV. So initially started with less than 100, currently with 128, has been on ART for 10 months. Should have had some improvement in the CD4 counts, but that has not happened. So that, along with the presence of symptoms, should point to us that there is something ongoing in this patient. Not very specific, but something that is seen in HIV-VL co-infections is high gamma globulin levels, owing to the fact that there is chronic immunoactivation. And a very, very important factor here that our patient had a very high parasite load in the bone marrow. This again points to the fact, maybe a clue to that this is not a new infection, but rather a latent infection that has been going on. So all of this is pointing to the fact that this could be a possible latent leishmaniasis activation. The two important diagnostic considerations: could this be an unmasking iris? We do not have the CD4 counts to prove this, but the fact that the timeline of presentation, the endemicity where the patient was, and the fact that there is a less chance of resistance to the drugs because the patient had a good viral load suppression. All of this point to the fact that this could be an unmasking of a latent leishmaniasis infection. So as per the WHO treatment recommendations, he was planned to be started on liposomal amphotericin B along with metformin. But the patient wanted to continue the rest of the treatment in Bihar, so he was referred to a local hospital. So now that we've understood the pattern of this co-infection, is there any clinical value or is it just some satisfaction of scientific? I would definitely say there is, because this patient is someone who is presented with a few atypical symptoms and has had a significant delay in diagnosis of the leishmania, almost 8 months. Patients with co-infection are known to have higher drug toxicities and treatment failures, higher chances of relapses, almost up to 50% reported in those 3 regions I was talking about, and definitely higher rates of fatality. So the important conclusive learnings from just this one patient is that it is very important to understand the CD4 trends. If there is a reconstitution delay that is usually seen with the PL infections, it's much slower than with other opportunistic infections. And the presence of atypical symptoms, you have to look for something else that is going on in the patient. And an important note to this would be the geography of the patient. So the only thing that I would like to highlight on is a thorough clinical history and examination can save lives. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Shruti. So, questions?
I was wondering, thank you for the nice presentation. I was wondering, the myelosite.
Correct.
We actually, let's say, implementing responses, IMC, and then beta, we may get everything there. So I have to look monocyte, lactic facility, and what you getting inflammation, artery, the growth of the microcyte, to calm down the macros outside. Inflammatory responses. So look at the inflammatory responses once again. Actually, once again.
Thank you, Dr. Shruti. Wonderful presentation for a DNB. I'm also a DNB teacher. But you should also look at it, the analogy. I come from the north, so we have this problem of Hansen's disease.
Yes, sir. I know. I've studied my MBA from there. Good to see you.
So, but you should look at, I like your first slide, which says the separation of T helper cells results in the killing of the parasites or killing of the organism. When you do changes in the T helper cell too, that is happened, you find that the persistence of the parasite or persistence of the organism is there. I would, before you conclude on change of therapy for leishmaniasis based on this, if it's a co-infection with HIV, I would caution you not to do so, because this is a rare phenomenon that you are seeing. Why I'm saying this is, you have caused with your suppression, as I said also, you have caused some kind of an upgradation of the existing leishmaniasis, which became more chronic. Same as we saw with tuberculosis leprosy becoming more chronic with lepromatous changes. So I don't know if some people, I'm not in the knowledge, some people go with something at the beginning. T helper cell 1 and T helper cell 2.
Yes.
I'm from Calcutta. We get to see a number of such co-infected patients in every district. I was just wondering, when someone comes from an endemic area with the new host pneumonia, we definitely need to consider PL as a differential diagnosis. Now, we go up front for target that and still gets faster. If it's positive and the patient has not treatment for the past, now you can go either for a spreading aspiration or go for a bone marrow aspiration. But the national program for the control of Day-1 diseases, they usually say that we are going to go for demonstration of parasites in the bone marrow of spreading. So I think here probably the bone marrow was done fast, and then next after 39 it's going to happen.
It's already we're done together, sir.
Did you try with the lymphocytic spread gauge? The lymphocytic spread gauge? Because these are the patients who have got high parasitemia, which is not in non-HIV leishmaniasis. So you can easily demonstrate in the lab as well in the fixed meals also. And just to mention about that, there was a mention about lung involvement, typical site. So I was just wondering what are the other sites that are involved in HIV gene?
So the most common that they found is actually the gastrointestinal tract. Patients often with these co-infections have diarrhea. There's usually undernourishment, weight loss. They present with very vague symptoms. It's not usually the fever with chills, with pneumonia. That is not the classical trial that is seen with co-infections.
Just to share, we came across the patient presented which what I know from sort of initially institutional chemotherapy, perhaps complete self responding to same need. And ultimately we could from the biopsy to the what is communicated with the Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
It's a good presentation. As HMPs, we always look at the common points like TB, pneumonia, and those things. But it's good that you made a good diagnosis and you have saved the patients. You made a difference. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, we are done this session now. We thank all the presenters and we thank the entire committee of the 2023 and especially Dr. Gilada, Dr. Kumarasamy, and Dr. Robi Bansal. Thank you so much.
Thank you, chairs. Now I will request Dr. Jyoti Dhar to felicitate our co-chairs. Swami. Dr. Swami. Dr. Ashish. So we will move to our next session, HIV epidemic, where we asked. I will request co-chairs, Dr. Kalpana Somji from Mumbai, Dr. Ashutosh Vishwas to chair the session and to introduce the speakers.
Good morning to all of you. We are going for the first session of this conference. We have this moment 3 speakers. So just I'm Dr. Ashutosh Vishwas, Director of Names Mumbai. After working 30 years in names, really now I'm in Bhubaneswar. Dr. Kalpana Somji with me. Here. So, first of all, I would like to thank this organization, Dr. Gilada, for giving the opportunity for this very important topic to share this session. So, we are going to have with 3 speakers, the very renowned speakers of there, and very important topic we will be discussing the HIV that we're going to know why we are today. How and ready for elimination. There have been eliminated so many diseases. Can you really go for it and what are the strategies? That is from the UNAIDS. The speaker, Mr. David, will be speaking on this. I go here. Yes, David. And the next speaker is the HIV India, where and what we are doing in terms of epidemic of HIV. So Dr. Anup Kumar Puri from NACO. Is there? Dr. Anup? I think he is not there. So, he will be speaking. Dr. Anup? Okay. So, okay. So then another speaker will be talking. So let us start with this. I invite Dr. David, Mr. David, for speaking on global epidemiology and strategies for elimination of HIV. Let's Dr. David.
Okay, good morning and thank you. Thank you, the organisers, for this kind opportunity and a great relief that the photo that was shown still largely resembles what it looked like today. Look, let me begin by acknowledging two superior experts who know this topic a lot better than I and whose slides I have largely drawn on. So a big shout out to Mary Martha, who is in our epidemiology unit in Geneva, and Nalini Chandra, who is our strategic information advisor here in India. Let me also say that although I largely remain within that global purview that I have been assigned, I have and will on occasion draw on some regional data to illustrate a couple of key points in messaging. Now, I know this morning you've been really drilling down and looking very specifically at aspects of HIV and response here in India this morning. But please, at the moment, would I invite you to take a step back, to relax, as I attempt to take you through a global perspective. Throughout 2020, UNAIDS and its co-sponsors worked through a series of consultations, receiving inputs from more than 10,000 stakeholders from around 160 countries. And we did this because we were putting together a global AIDS strategy that covers 2021 to 26, ending inequalities, ending AIDS. And it uses an inequalities lens to close the gaps, preventing progress to end AIDS, and set out bold new targets and policies that we need to reach by 2025. I know you can't see it very well on the screen. I wanted to have a very colourful visual to get this presentation started, but please, as you can see, go to the website for more detail and explanation of the 3 strategic pillars, the 5 cross-cutting issues, and the 10 result areas that encompass this new global strategy. Also there, you'll see the cover of our global report last year, which was entitled In Danger. The report issued a clarion call warning us all that the global response to HIV is slowing at the very moment it should be accelerating. In that report, you'll find on our website, UNAIDS is calling for the set of key actions to get the HIV response back on track. There are 4 key actions outlined there. They're around making a push for HIV prevention, realising human rights and gender equality by combating stigma and discrimination. Number 3 is supporting and effectively resourcing community-led responses and expanding partnerships. And the 4th area is around ensuring sufficient and sustainable financing. Now, today I'm going to try and address that question of what needs to change in order to end this. And I'm going to be hammering 4 key messages throughout the presentation. The first is around reducing advanced HIV disease and AIDS-related deaths and preventing onwards transmission by closing inequalities in testing, treatment, and starting with innovation around testing strategies. The second will be around the most effective prevention programs that need to be directed at the right populations to be the most efficient and with limited resources. Third, we'll look at why we won't reach our targets without addressing stigma and discrimination. And 4th, how we need to ensure that countries and communities have the tools to understand the epidemic and the response. Now, I know in India, you're addressing a great deal of things, but we still need to be accelerating our actions. We still need to be adopting innovations at great speed and scale. And for each of these key messages, I'll suggest some key programmatic recommendations as well. So look, the clarion call that I mentioned from the In Danger report was, of course, informed with data. As of December 2021, the international community was not on track to reach any of the 2025 targets for HIV prevention, with still 1.5 million people acquiring HIV in 2021. That equates to 4,000 new infections each day. It equates to every week nearly 8,000 young people aged between 15 and 24 becoming newly infected. So HIV is not over, but we have made some significant progress. You can see in some of these graphs that the annual new number of HIV infections globally has fallen by 32% since 2010, far short of the 83% decline needed to be achieved by 2025, with a target of 370,000 new infections. So although new infections globally have continued to decline, especially during the COVID-19 pandemic, the reduction in new infections in 2021 was the smallest annual decline since 2017. So based on the current trends, we're still going to be looking at 1.2 million people newly infected with HIV in 2025. That's nearly 3 times higher than the 2025 target. So I think you can see that success in HIV prevention remains quite scattered. Lessons must be learned from settings where robust combinations of HIV prevention services are reaching populations at high risk and achieving wider, more applicable gains. This will help inspire more rapid progress in reducing HIV incidence across all populations and geographic settings. Now, there's been considerable progress in some areas, and scaling up of testing and treatment globally has been occurring. The table on the left shows the marked progress from 2015 to 2021 of this period. And it's progress against those 95, 95, 95 ambitions. 95% native status, 95% on ARV, and 95% virus suppressed. I know you all know that religiously. But regionally, this progress is quite uneven. You can see there in the right set of bar graphs that Asia and the Pacific even fall short of this global average. In Asia and the Pacific, we still have 1.4 million people living with HIV who do not know their status. Late diagnosis is more common among men than women. And of course, this is from data from sub-Saharan Africa. But it reflects what's happening globally, and it reflects what's happening in most regions. We see late diagnosis of HIV infection is a major stumbling block in the global response. Rates of undiagnosed HIV are especially high among key populations, adolescents, and men. We know that the late diagnosis of infection compromises health and sometimes costs lives. It also gives HIV ample time to spread to others, and scaling up and normalizing HIV testing using various new and innovative strategies is going to be absolutely critical. A growing proportion of deaths for HIV are due to comorbidities. And as we see that cohort of people living with HIV age, we need to get ahead and find innovative and the best methods to manage that aging population. The top graph shows the number of age-related deaths is declining, and we see other causes of death progressively increasing. One other more shameful trend is that as HIV testing and treatment programs expand, children living with HIV are often being left behind. Globally, only 52% of children living with HIV have access to life-saving medicines. And the inequality in HIV treatment coverage between children and adults is increasing rather than narrowing. This is why earlier this year, we led the formation of a global alliance to end AIDS in children. And we did that with UNICEF, WHO, the Global Fund, and PEPFAR. And I'm pleased to report that nationally, India has also led the way in forming its own national alliance. This brings me to message one. We need to reduce HIV advanced disease and AIDS-related deaths and prevent onward transmission by closing inequalities in testing and treatment, and starting with innovative testing strategies. And there's a few programmatic examples and implications that are listed here. Key, of course, is that we need to draw on the lessons that we've learned from COVID-19 to scale innovative testing. We all know and have used and have undertaken self-testing for COVID. We need to see the same sort of dramatic scaling of self-testing for HIV. I know we'll discuss that later today. We need to look at linkage to care and adherence. We need to avoid that dropout, that fallout, people from care who usually only return once symptomatic or perhaps not at all. We need to improve our messaging. We need to improve treatment literacy, all will help across HIV programs. And of course, we need to narrow in and focus on key populations, young people, men and children, in order to close inequalities. And of course, that's a global message. So new infections are still increasing in some regions. And globally, between 2010 and 2021, we've seen a global decline in new infections by 32%. Declining trends in new HIV infections have also occurred across several regions, as indicated in the table here on the left. The pie chart on the right shows the current distribution of the estimated new infections globally. And you can see there that still 50% of new infections emanating from East and Southern Africa, but there is still 20% of that global burden coming from Asia and the Pacific. New infections and AIDS-related deaths trends vary greatly in Asia and the Pacific. And you can see diverse epidemics in the Asia and the Pacific region are controlling new infections and deaths. So you can see there that we still have a handful of countries where we are seeing new infections skyrocketing and moving through level. India, of course, and I know Dr. Puri will report on this, is above the regional average. And we've seen a 47% decline in India in annual new infections and a nearly 77% decline in annual AIDS deaths between 2010 and 2021. Message 2. The most effective prevention programs need to be directed at the right populations to give the most efficient with limited resources. And we can see here a list of programmatic implications. Incident trends are considerably different in different populations, even within countries. Addressing the prevention needs of key populations will vary by policy and criminalization context. And we need to identify the highly effective prevention strategies that reflect local context to ensure sustainable. Now, here I wanted to also just take a moment to reflect on one of the 2025 targets, which is about PrEP. And you can see here that the target reflects that we need to ensure the availability of pre-exposure prophylaxis PrEP to 10 million people globally at substantial risk of HIV, and post-exposure prophylaxis PrEP for people recently exposed to HIV. Now, in 2021, more than 1.6 million people worldwide were receiving oral PrEP. The people who used PrEP at least once during that reporting year increased approximately twofold. So in 2020, we had around 820,000 people using PrEP, and by 2021, we had 1.6 million. PrEP had almost doubled. The increased use of PrEP in 2021 occurred despite the COVID-19 pandemic, and it represents a continuation of the increased use of PrEP since 2016, although it remains well short of the 2025 targets of 2 million people. So until recently, PrEP was used in concentrated use in high-income countries, but over the last 2 years, we've seen pronounced uptake of PrEP in Eastern and Southern Africa. You can see the greenish bars where we are, and the red dots is where we need to be by 2025. PrEP scale up in Asia, including India, needs to be a key prevention priority with key groups at high risk. I know we'll discuss this further today, but you can see we've got a long way to go in meeting those 2025 targets. You can read through the relatively higher risk of acquiring HIV in the table above here. For example, if you're engaged in using drugs, you have a 35 times increased risk of acquiring HIV. If you're incarcerated, that risk increases by 5 times. The point in this slide is really around the bottom graph, and it's been it shows that the change in new infections over a 2-year period between 2010 and 2011 through various adult programs. Note the dramatic falls and clear success of programs. Female sex workers down 77%, remaining women down 72%. But note the dramatic explosion for male sex workers up 123%, and the transgender community up 200%. My key message number 3. We won't reach our targets without addressing stigma and discrimination and other societal enablers. More evidence is needed to convince health departments of the impact of stigma and discrimination on access to service. We need to find more innovative ways of communicating the benefits of stigma reduction as a public health benefit, and we need to work with communities in pulling it out and addressing it. We also need to look at ways in which we can measure success and find ways of tracking our progress in reducing stigma. We have global tools. We have something called the Stigma Index, which an increasing number of countries are employing on a regular basis. While we acknowledge that HIV is concentrated among few populations and their partners, key populations remain criminalized and marginalized. This slide focuses on Asia and the Pacific, and you can see that in this region, 96% of new infections in the region are among key populations with the risk of acquiring HIV so much higher. And on the right, we can see the level of criminalization in the region. A number of countries that currently have laws that criminalize those behaviours and activities. Of course, India is moving in the right direction and something we should celebrate, but there's still a great deal to do. This graph shows that key populations reporting avoiding health care in the past 12 months in a range of countries, which I know is too small to see the name of the countries, is from data that was available between 2017 and 2021. But you can see that our target of 10%, reaching under 10%, is eluding a number of countries still, and we have a way to go. So sex workers, men who have sex with men, people who use drugs, and the transgender community all reported issues and problems around accessing healthcare in the past 12 months. My final message. Ensure countries have the tools to understand and measure the response to the epidemic. Data is critical to reach our global goal of ending AIDS by 2030. A revised set of surveillance tools are required to ensure that we have sustainable information on the HIV epidemic in the response. This is an area in particular where India leads the way, and India's response and use of data has been substantive over the last 10 to 15 years. Routine data are needed to provide timely data in a granular level, and that push for granular data will continue, especially around identifying and acting on inequalities. Our biggest limitation, and this is a global limitation, is that we have very little data, very reliable data on key populations who are, as you saw in the slide before, the most at risk to HIV.
And of course, finally, it's critical for us to integrate those systems back into the broader health systems for best presence in outcomes. And I'm out of time, and thank you.
Yes. Mr. David, thank you very much for your very excellent talk and giving very important messages for us, for the global population and country, that you are giving so many ideas, messages, directions, and propositions to your these slides. So we have something for just to discuss before it's open for the question and answer. You have said that self-testing, upskilling of the testing is a very important message you have given. The self-testing is a very important issue, like the COVID that you are correlating that yes, COVID we did self-testing and then we could doctor and all. So how we should take it, this self-testing policy, especially in our country? Can you go market, buy the kit and do that? And if we are doing, then what is the implication? How to give us a message from the Indian nation and India government of to take it forward? That is one. Implicating the counseling is one of the important components associated with the disclosure of the status to the patient when we are testing. Pre-testing, counseling, post-testing, those are all. So if self-testing, how to take it as well. And another thing is the targeting the global goal of ending the AIDS in 2030. So what are the strategies that you like to say that ending AIDS or ending HIV infection and a new infection? What exactly, because new infection eliminating that, is it the same that ending the AIDS and eliminating the HIV? So the same thing or something that you would like to throw us some point on that. And other things, yes, new infection, you have said new infection rate we should target, the death should be reduced. But at the same time, your observation is that the death is increasing among the comorbidities. I think that is the same for any disease, the comorbidity, any infection, that the rate will be very high. And how we are going to manage HIV with the diabetic HIV, with those things are, I think that will be there always in comorbidities and increasing the death. And upscaling the testing policy, that is what is the self-testing, or maybe that is one we'd like to know how we will be, how we take it before you answer the question. But yes, as we know, that decreasing the infection, because I've been associated with this HIV more than 30 years in AIMS, and also a lot of people are here. So what I understand, the targeting the elimination program, this is such a disease, we have to target the behavior of the human. It's the biological demand, the sexual behavior is the key point, what I understand. So the monogamy, if the practice is there, I think there will be no HIV in this world. HIV is 100% preventable. That is what I understand in HIV, in infection disease. I think it is the only disease 100% preventable if you follow the practice. The behavioral practice, the sexual behavior is very difficult to practice. And the biological demand, can you stop it? No. And that there are many issues. So if there is a switch from monogamy to polygamy, they are quite impaired. How many the human can practice the monogamy practice in sexual behavior? That is the question. When there is switch behavior, we are losing everything. In that, what is the comment? We'll probably open for others to discuss. Mr. David, please, can you?
So let me just address a couple of those questions very quickly before we move on. So on self-testing, self-testing is here globally. In a number of countries, self-testing is already available. Whether we like it or not, self-testing has arrived and we need to start using self-testing.
Now, I know people allude to the importance of counselling, and I would never negate the importance of counselling. But I also need to remind everyone that we've moved on. HIV is no longer a life-threatening disease where we had no treatment to offer. We can manage HIV, it's a chronic disease, and we can offer people hope. And I think, again, as I alluded to, one of the things that we really do need to strengthen is that messaging around HIV and the importance of getting onto treatment early, managing your HIV status, and leading a relatively normal, healthy life. So I don't see why HIV self-testing should be an issue at all. I think it is a critical, important tool that we really need, especially in this last mile of it, especially in India, where you are in the last mile of any AIDS. There are populations that are particularly hard to reach. We have to afford them with many different opportunities to access testing. And that's really where I see HIV self-testing making the biggest impact and the biggest difference in that last mile as we move forward. Now, in terms of elimination and ending AIDS, I'm working towards ending AIDS as a public health threat by 2030. Not necessarily eliminating, but yes, I would love to eliminate HIV, and I would love to retire tomorrow, and I would welcome that, and I would go willingly. But I think we also have to admit that the transmission of HIV is linked to behaviour, and we're always going to have risky behaviours. We are always going to have a degree of risk and a degree of transmission. But can we get that down to a controllable level where we can manage HIV as an ongoing treatable chronic disease? We acknowledge, and we see in this last mile, that the secret to getting down to that final ending AIDS is really looking at those inequalities. And it's those inequalities that are driving the epidemic. And you can see that in the 96% of new infections coming from those key populations in this region. Okay.
We'll be taking questions at the end of this presentation. The restrictions will be lost. Thank you.
Good morning, on the dais, off the dais, one and all. At the outset, I give credit to all of the national expertise and ASICON for making this presentation, especially Dr. Pradeep, Dr. Gitanjali, Dr. Sai Prasad. So now I'll start. This is about it. Actually, these two topics which have been allocated to me, these are related topics. But now right now I have to speak about the current scenario in India. Later on, I'll be speaking about the response. So, but these are two related topics, and let me see up to what level I'll be able to finish. This is it. As it has been, it is a known fact that it is in the high risk. It is very high as compared to the general population. You can see on the out here in the IDU, it is more than 9% transgender and intra, more than 3% MSN, and so on and so forth. And if we compare our global scenario with the India, we are definitely better off, as Dr. Bridger admitted. We are better off than how we have. Our achievements are better off. We have reduced the new infection. We have reduced the AIDS-related deaths also comparatively. And our prevalence rate is also comparatively low. But although we have achieved, but it is our population base is very high. So there is no, I mean, we cannot be complacent on that. Number of, I mean, the case load is 24 lakhs, which is very high. And it may go up to any limit if we will not take prevention at this time, because as it has been said that behavior, you cannot predict the behavior of a person. It might change, and in any population, behavior might change at overnight also. It has been seen in some of the states that where the IDU was not seen otherwise, but suddenly the pockets and small pockets, the IDUs are being seen, and as a result of that, the infection is we have observed infection in those small pockets, and it may go up to any limit. So we have to take care of that. So taking care of behavior is very important, and we are working on that. And especially the youngsters, young population, we have to take care of, and we are making newer approach, and we will be coming up with a new approach very soon. Like right now, we are having red ribbon clubs. I'm sorry, I cannot limit myself up to the current scenario because these are two related things. So, so now next. So this is the route of, if we go by the route of transmission. As you can see that heterosexual is the most common because the base itself is very high in the case of heterosexual. Although the efficiency wise, the IDU is very, I mean, the population wherein it is, I mean, the prevalence rate in the IDU is high, but comparatively, it is seen maximum in the heterosexual transmission. This is the scenario in the if we go by the district wise. So this side of the part of India, it is comparatively more in the western side, north and northeastern India, and so as it is, so we are concentrating few activities over there. So this is only a history that in 1991 first case, and in 86 the first case in India in Chennai, and 92 it was launched, and there were 4 to 5 phases of NSAP. Right now, 5th phase is going on. So in the first phase, we have had a centralized approach. In the first phase, there was a centralized approach, and only at that time there was only blood safety and all. We didn't have much to control the infection at that time. Later on, it was taken to the decentralized up to the state level, and then to the district focus, and further on. So and initially in the 2004, the ARTC centers were opened, and right now we are having 691 ARTC centers. So you can see that decline in the annual new HIV infection is 46%, although our target is 80%. It is still, we have to achieve a lot. We have achieved a lot, but we have yet to achieve a lot. And
people living with HIV who know their status is 77%, and those who are linked to the treatment is 84%. And those who are virally suppressed is 85%. And HIV mothers, those who are on antiviral therapy, they are 63%. I mean, these figures we are every day we are making an effort to improve these figures. By there are many through our preventive. There are preventive divisions. One is targeted intervention, other is IEC and mainstreaming partnerships. Another is through the testing and then treatment, and thereafter we are also doing viral load suppression. If the person is virally suppressed, that then definitely he is no more infective to the other person. So this is our strategic framework. Prevention of new infection. We won't go, if there will not be any new infection, there won't be further, the caseload will definitely be reduced, and the detection of first 95, second 95, and then third 95, that is viral suppression and EMTCT. And elimination of stigma and discrimination. As Dr. David Bridger said that he gave 4 messages, we are following all the 4 messages. Stigma and discrimination is the foremost. And without addressing to the stigma and discrimination, we cannot achieve the HIV elimination. So changing the behavior until or unless person who is, if the PLHIV and the HRG group is the part of the mainstream, they cannot, if they cannot be, they are not the part of the mainstream, they will not come forward for the treatment, they will not come forward for taking the services of the program. So they will keep on infecting the rest of the community. So to prevent that infection, further transmission of infection, we have to ensure that the stigma and discrimination needs to be addressed. And for that, we have initiated, the HIV and AIDS Act was notified in 2017. And later on, in 2022, Establishment Act is also notified. And more than 20 states have notified in their state rules. And they have 26 states have designated ombudsmen and the complaint officer also. As per the Establishment Act, a person in every establishment which is having more than 100 employees, and every establishment which is having which is a health establishment which is having more than 20 employees. In that, one complaint officer will be there to address to these complaints of those people, those who are having grievance of the people who are affected and infected with HIV. And so such people, to address to such grievance, a complaint officer will be there in the establishment itself. Otherwise, a person can also approach the ombudsman also. So under these, if we are keeping that thing, checks and balances, there will be
we will be able to achieve the zero stigma and discrimination. Otherwise, our target is to achieve at least to reduce the stigma and discrimination to at least 10%. So, as Dr. David Bridges said that these every country should have a response, I mean, tools to measure the response to HIV and AIDS and their achievements. And we are having those tools, and we are doing monitoring and evaluation, which is very efficient. We are doing the biobehavioral biobehavior, this thing is also being done. So this is, and so information, education, and communication, and through our various DSR designated STI and RTI centers, we are giving the treatment to STI and RTI. We are having an HIV/AIDS helpline wherein we are giving all kind of counseling online. The online counseling is a tool by which any person can dial 1097 and get the information about HIV and AIDS. If somebody is having such info, any query, he can get this information, and through this, then he will be able to know that what action he has to take. So this will be it is very helpful for the general community. So targeted intervention is for the high-risk group. To address the high-risk group, 163 link worker scheme districts are there for the village, for rural services and opioid substitute therapy centers for those who are ID population. Sampur Suraksha Center for PSRC and then counseling and testing centers are also there. So these are few things. These are our services. So these are our targets, our goal of the phase 5. To reduce annual youth HIV infection, reduce AIDS-related mortality, elimination of vertical transmission of HIV and syphilis, promotes universal access to quality STI and RTI, eliminates stigma and discrimination. So, and these are the objectives. You can read it out. 95, and 10% reduction in the stigma and discrimination. And universal access to STI and RTI. Achievement of elimination of vertical transmission of syphilis also for the mother and the prevention of syphilis and HIV among the child. So this is the act which I will under this act. We have to address the stigma and discrimination safeguard right of the PLHIV. it is not only the person affected, but infected, but affected persons are also being, their rights are also being safeguarded. We have to promote the safe workplace, healthcare setting, prevent the occupational exposure, also create enabling environment for enhancing the access to services. If we are creating enabling environment, then only they'll come forward for the treatment. Provide free diagnostic facility to those who are PLHIV and strengthening system of grievance redressal. Grievance redressal, as I said, that there is a complaint officer, there is a ombudsman. So, and then after the ombudsman, the complaint is filed to the ombudsman, it has to, he has to take action within 1 month. So there is a system of grievance redressal also. These are, I mean, patient beneficiary has to be in the center, and we have to break the silos. There are a difference, I mean, till date between all the verticals. Now we have to work as a whole single NACP program that then builds synergies with the other programs also, as we are doing it, and with the RCH program to take their strength, and we are using the technology also for our program and enhancing the partnership. Partnership, till date, we have had a meeting with the MOUs with the 18 ministries. So they are helping us in various programs. Integrate gender sensitive response, because I mean we are giving special focus to the women and continue fostering technical arrangement and institution. So these are the key highlights of our program: Sampoorna Selection Strategy, one-stop center, virtual intervention, community system strengthening, dual test kit. Dual test kit will be helpful for the one-time testing of HIV and syphilis together, screening of HIV and syphilis together in one go, integrated service delivery, rapid ART initiation, advanced disease management, focus on STD and district integrated strategy for HIV/AIDS, integrated enhanced services and epidemic. The majority of the fund which we are utilizing is the district fund.
We will take questions at the end of the session.
Now, after this, going through all the national program, NCP filed the strategic framework. Now we are going to have the next topic. Please announce the speakers.
Next speaker. He has fallen sick.
Dr. Rajasthan.
So our next speaker, Dr. Rajesh Rama and India, talking on strengthening supply chain management system.
Very good morning to everyone. And at the outset, I would like to thank ASICON to provide opportunity planning international media chapter to present about the initiatives which we are undertaking for AIDS control program as well as national TB reduction program. And just to start with, I would like to thank the Government of India, Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, and the affiliates for the National TB Prevention Program for providing the opportunity to plan India for implementing the global food projects. We've been principal recipient since 2015, and we started our journey with PPDCT program. In the first phase, that was from 2015 to 2018. And from 2018 to 2021, we were given responsibility to strengthen the supply chain management for the AIDS control program. And I'm happy to share that learning has been very great. And as a result of that, in this current grant cycle, we are implementing the supply chain management program, both for AIDS control program as well as NTEP, which is TB. You would be knowing about the supply chain, and the very first instance which I remember, because we've been told about, and the case study was discussed when we were studying about supply chain. Dibbewala. Probably everybody must be knowing in this room that how Dibbewala in Mumbai they work, how the proper supply is being maintained. Even at the time when we were not having any technology, but still the dibbas which were being picked from home, hot food in those dibbas were delivered to the people. Just think of if by chance any error would have been there, what would have been the consequences? When we were discussing the probably the wife who prepared good food, that is not delivered properly to the husband's place, and vice versa, if husband does not have that proper food and if he returns to home, what will happen? So same story was being built around that if the demand and supply, or the demand is not being met or supply is not being done. This is what we have seen in COVID situation also, wherein all these supplies were disrupted. But I'm really thankful to the NECO leadership. We have heard Dr. Puri also that what all actions have been done, and he is leading the supply chain and the AIDS control program, that how rigorous steps and processes were placed so that not a single person was let to go without any medicine, or we even delivered the medicine at the doorstep. So this is how science and technology we've been using when we are talking about supply chain management, not only for AIDS program, but also for the TB program. Next, please. So when we developed the concept of supply chain, so it was that how we have to ensure that everyone who is beneficiary needs to be given, whether it's your testing kits at the service centers, whether it's ARV or any other commodities which are required, like any other commodities like condoms and other things which are really important when we are talking about their target intervention project, when we are talking about ICTC, when we are talking about STA clinics, or when we are talking about any of the interventions which are required. So may I have the next slide, please? So the program basically focuses on the three objectives, which is first, that how we have to provide logistic services, because we know the procurement is being done by the national level. Now the instructions have been sent that procurement may be done at the state level. So when we're talking about the procurement at the national level, it's really important that when the procurement is done, when the products are available or kits or drugs are available, and from there till the last mile, how we have to ensure that continuity maintains, how we have to keep that momentum that all the supplies are reaching at well in time. So the first arrangement is we have dedicated vehicles, which is really important. Probably you might have also seen that in COVID situation, the supply was not maintained because there was no concept of having the complete chain at the time. We were not ready at the time. But now, having learned all these things, we have dedicated vehicles in terms that those vehicles will be available at the state level. Those vehicles will be available 24/7, even just to accommodate any eventualities. So this is the concept which we wanted to have, that for these health products, we should be having something dedicated which is available. This is one. Second is, if we are having all these products in bulk, so we are having full truckload arrangement also, so that there is no disruption from the national level to the state level. Whereas when I spoke about, or when I was talking about the dedicated vehicle, these dedicated vehicles are being used from state capital to the district or the service centers. In addition to that, we do understand when we're talking about HIV as well as TB, there are certain kits, commodities which requires a very proper care. And that's why we are having refrigerators systems also
that how the vehicles are using all that. So these logistics services are being provided. This is one objective so that the supply is maintained. We have also seen in the previous past that there were certain shortage of kits or some drugs. So even through our transportation systems under the leadership of NECO, we have maintained that the drugs are available. It's not that there was stock out, but yes, there were certain issues, but we managed to have all these issues sorted under the leadership of ASICON program. So this is first objective which we are meeting. Second is we do understand that sustainable projects which we are implementing right will continue for a long time. So it's really important that how we have to build the capacity at this national level, state level, as well as district level. When we are talking about the national level capacity, that how forecasting needs to be done, how we need to do intending, how we have to get into procurement, how the preparedness needs to be done at the state level. Same way when we are talking about this, at the national level, when we are talking about the state level, that how state mechanism and the machinery needs to be geared, because all these commodities needs to be used at the state level and then the district level. So what we have done is we have built the capacity at this national level, the state level, and the district level, not only for the external program, for and TP program also. For that, we have developed SOPs that what all action needs to be initiated and taken at the national level, that what all preparedness needs to be done at the state level. As a result of this technical assistance which we have provided to the states, I'm happy to share that we have made the teams available at the state level so that when the transition will be happening at the state level, all this supply chain management is continued. Same way, it is very important that we need to have a system which provides access to them, access to people so that they can learn about supply chain. No doubt, we are having different courses which are being done by IIM, IITs and all the things. But when we are talking about health supply chain products, health supply chain management, it's really important that we are having customized courses. We need to have customized experiences. So Dakshita, which is a learning management system, we have already developed, and that has been already placed in NIC as well as NHP. So and as a result of the exercise which we have done in collaboration with NACO, as of now, more than 30,000 people across country have already undertaken this course. So this is how these three objectives are being met. And I said earlier that the main pillar of the supply chain is that how we are going for forecasting and supply and supply planning, product selection and procurement, and second, warehouse inventory management and transportation, and again how we have to see from the previous experience how drugs and commodities are being used. The main pillar here is warehouse and inventory management. This is really important. We have seen that warehouses are available, they are not in a proper shape. The products which needs to be available at the warehouse, they are not there. So through the project, we have provided all those equipments and commodities which are really important to maintain the stocks, to keep the stocks, as well as to have all the kits at the state as well as the district level. So these are the three objectives which we are having not only for each control program, for as well as for TB control program. When we are talking about the partnerships, it's not being done only by Plan India. Plan India is the principal recipient. We are having day-to-day affair, and as well as how the modalities needs to be done, implementation plan, ensuring that how the project is running. We are having JSI as a technical partner who is taking care of the state as well as the regional level operations. In addition to that, when we are talking about 3PL services, we have DP World, which is one of the world's largest logistics service provider. So we are having these three partners, those who are implementing the Global Fund project for AIDS control program and TB program. Then, if I say geographies, we know when we are talking about the corporate sectors, even Lay's, Pepsi, Coke, they are having all these arrangements that they are having a good number of services, they are having good number of logistic arrangements, staff also. Here in this project, I am very sure that we are having limited resources. And even though having a limited resources, the management cost which is being charged by the corporate is approximately 7% of the total project, whereas the principal recipient plan is just consuming 1.6% of the overall project cost for implementing or to manage all this logistics, which is a huge success. And you can see from this slide that we are reaching to approximately 18,000 facilities when we talk about TB program, whereas more than 8,000 facilities we are providing all these kits, commodities, and drugs very efficiently. And the success of this program can be seen on the last three bars, which is that how we are ensuring that on time pick 98%, or now we have
increased to 99%. It means whenever the procurement is done, we pick immediately all those products. On-time delivery at these centers, which is really important because sometimes we have seen the gaps are there from pickup to the delivery. So we have ensured that on-time delivery as per the forecast has been done. In addition to that, full delivery in full, means whatever we have paid, the full delivery has been made in that. So this is what we are doing, and we've been learning from technology as well as new advances which are being done. And we are also ensuring that new technology needs to be used in, for example, if you are having a difficult terrain, so how technology can be used. So we are going to pilot drone deliveries will be drawn. So probably in next phase, we'll be also using all these advanced technologies which are being used in corporate sector just to have a better supply chain management at the national, state, and district level. So this is in nutshell we are doing when we are talking about supply chain rendering system at national, state, and district level. Thanks a lot for listening to us. And I know it's very layman presentation. We don't want to base the technical aspects, but this is the success story which we have been doing. And we have taken this success stories to the international level because Plan International is also implementing Global Fund project in other African countries. So I'm happy to disclose here that we are providing technical assistance to Zimbabwe, and then Liberia, and one more country in African country. So this is how India to grow, India to world is also. Thanks a lot for listening. Thank you very much.
Thank you. You can take the questions.
My question to police, you can introduce yourself to the question and the speakers to respond to your question. I'm Dr. Chetan Rathore from SAFE. My question, does HIV positive people is eligible for a job in the police, army, navy, or related service?
Actually, as per the HIV/AIDS Act, they are eligible everywhere for the job. But some of the organizations are having their own rules and regulations. So we are looking into that also, and we are in correspondence with those organizations. But we have come to know that in few of the security organizations, they are having such rules.
So what should I reply? Yes.
I mean, as per the rule, as per the HIV/AIDS Act, they are eligible to have service. I mean, they cannot be thrown out of the job from if they are there. We have seen cases. They just now I've seen a case where he was not promoted also. One of the was in the security organization, and we are writing to them, to their senior officer. And similarly, in some of the places they are taking that probably it will create because of this, there being the HIV positive, it may be. They may transmit infection because they are living in such a condition in the remote area. And as you know that in the prison, how the infection takes place. Why the prisoners, the infection is very higher as compared to the general population. Otherwise, there should not be any reason. That means there are some hidden activity in the prison also. So similarly, in the remote area, probably such activities are going on and taking that lead. They are saying that, and then it becomes a little difficult.
Because many future aspirants are getting the job in that position. The person needs the 3 to 4 years preparations like studying all those things. So the person asked me to that, should I start preparing for applying that job? But Dr. Puri is trying to say the fitness for getting a job. No, the fitness, HIV positive is not only the fitness. It is saying that you are not unfit. So positivity is not saying unfit. The physical fitness depends on the job and your other fitness, physical and mental. So that is the other way. So HIV positive is not saying you are unfit. He cannot say no to that. So he has to take if it is all other countries.
Another small questions, all corporate hospitals are companies, your HIV test should be or should not be part of the pre-employment testing.
No, it should not be. It should not be. And cannot be. But it's there. Where
Many companies.
many companies, please let me know that wherever it is there,
Because I have seen many what they said, whenever they go for the they go for the test. Person knows that I am HIV positive, so I will not go for the job.
okay. So please share with me the name of the organization.
Question may come up, it's addressed to Sir Puri, that sometimes, for a job, HIV, hepatitis B, C are the panel injuries. So if that is the same, so HIV may go with that, but it should be, I think, maybe highly confidential, should not be disclosed. That what is should go or should not, because HIV sometimes hepatitis B and C is a part of the job profile. In some organizations, they make it. So many others. So
Stigma is not associated with the ANC, but stigma is associated with the HIV. And so patient, the person will afraid to apply for the job.
Yes, it will be. I mean, he will be applying for the job also, and it will be, I mean, the stigma also has to be removed from both, and I mean, the self stigma as well as the stigma among the community also. That is also a job of our program would be. And, we have to ensure that such discrimination should not be there at the in the workplace, in the educational setting, and health setting, especially, and the social setting. This is our aim of our HIV/AIDS Act, and we are working on that. Thank you, sir.
the question should be very short, and there are a lot of questions, maybe epidemiology will not talking, so. Yes.
Thank you, Jyoti from the UK. Just a quick one. From my understanding from the presentation was that there is a redressal mechanism for people to troubleshoot. So isn't this something that all care health providers, I'm just responding to what Hayden said, that should all healthcare providers be aware that they can communicate their grievances and that there is a mechanism, a proper mechanism of disseminating that information. So instead of them having to wait to address you, it's very well understood that there is a way how we can get on with it and bring these incidents to your notice. My other question, unfortunately, I think too, so that was just a
So it is
statement.
not unfortunate. It is very to be discussed.
Yeah, exactly. So I think these forums should be used for people to voice their concerns. My other, probably the question for which I got it was, how can we ensure that HIV self-testing is provided free of cost? That's
Actually, self-test is not is being provided by under our program. It is NSCP is not providing self-testing. It is providing testing under the ICTC. ICTC are providing testing, but self-testing in so far as self-testing is concerned, we are not providing that.
That's what I'm trying to say. How can we see that is provided free of cost to the public? We discussed self-testing yesterday, and we were talking about providing it to what we call them as key populations, because if we have to make a dent in the test numbers or increase the test numbers, the only way we can do it by providing it free of cost. I mean, my patient can call the clinic, ask for a kit, and we courier it to them free of charge. So what I'm trying to say is, how can your organization see that that is, there's something put in there, helps in testing?
The government is not charging for testing. The ICDC is testing it free.
We have to make a statement that self-testing should be made free of cost. That question I will answer later on, because that is a difficult question. First question was
Redressal mechanism.
redressal mechanism. For the redressal mechanism, we are widening the scope for the redressal mechanism. As you are saying, that right now we are having ombudsman, we are having complaint officer, we are giving sensitization of all our healthcare workers, our medical officer also. Recently, we have given sensitization training program to our ESI officer also. Similarly, we are widening our scope. So it is very important and it is very pertinent that all the peripheral health institutions, all the medical and paramedical workers, they should be knowing about the HIV and AIDS. Having a capsular course on that, and they will be trained about that, so that we don't have to, at least they should not stigmatize, because the maximum stigmatization is taking place in the hospital setup also, and this, after that in the workplace, and followed by the educational setup and then social setup also. And we have to take care of each and every. So, and legal also, we have to take care of legal things also. So, this is also being taken care of. So, and regarding the self-testing, we will be able to provide self-testing free of cost only if the cost of self-testing is same as the cost of the whole blood fingerprint test, which is not there right now. There is a lot of difference in India, at least. It is a lot of difference is too much. So we are not in a position to provide right now. As a policy, we cannot provide that. Although we can say that it may be used. Anybody can use it, but we cannot provide free.
No, basically, we have such a double standard. You go to Amazon or any portal, you can buy.
Yes.
But it is not in policy. You have to bring a policy. You cannot have double standard. No, it is not allowed. It is not a part of policy, but you can buy it. And then they are exploiting. So basically, what cost you are saying is not probably not the cost of the company. These portals are exploited. The moment you bring a policy, then people rationalize. So you may not provide free of charge. No, we don't want everything to be burden on NACO. But there has to be policy that okay, self-test is allowed.
No policy maker.
Basic premise is if pregnancy self-test is allowed, diabetes self-test is allowed, COVID self-test is allowed, why not HIV?
Making a policy also takes time. Just like
2019 units have said, WHO said. Next time we understand 4 years.
Then you have to eliminate the counseling program. Then you have to eliminate the counseling program.
Yes, our counseling also, that process.
Let's talk about counseling. If I go buy the market and do at home.
If for some reason we fail, then we have failed in the program besides that undetectable is untransmitted. So even if somebody, you think that somebody will take an extreme step and do suicide, and we are thinking for the last 35, 40 years, that did not happen.
So can I just say, it's only a screening test.
Yes, I know that.
HIV self-test is a screening test. We do screening tests left, right, and center. The bottom line is, you talked about stigma. Sorry, you talked about stigma for 10 minutes. Okay, normalizing testing is the biggest way forward. to reducing the stigma within populations. As soon as we say them and us, they are different from you, that's because they're having sex. Aren't you having sex? I mean, that's the problem. We see them as different from us, and therefore we can't penalize people for that. Okay, just normalizing the fact that HIV is okay. Some people will have HIV, some don't have HIV. So we have to remember that it's only a screening test. That's the bottom line, and that's why I got it. So
Two issues comes into it that allowing from the government side that yes, it is permitted for a screening test. Now, at the same time, we're asking making it free. Now, if I go and buy from the market, to whom I should submit the bill and who is going to reimburse it? What is the mechanism for getting the money back that to make it free that test I did? So that is another methodology things for the
well,
government.
my understanding is that to achieve your targets, you want to achieve your targets. That's probably one of the ways for that's sure, globally people will understand because we've all gone down this path.
Definitely it will help.
We've all done it. So, because you're asking those people to pay who are daily wages, those people who cannot afford, they don't know where their next meal is coming from. You're asking female sex workers to pay. I mean, I just feel we have to understand that when you're talking about all these policies, there is a human being at the end of it who's fighting to survive. That's all I'm saying.
Another question coming to my mind, the self-testing once done is not the end of it. If somebody is having high-risk behavior, it has to be again and again. So self-testing in that I'm going to test again and again despite my risk behavior. Anyway,
Yes, sorry, I
will answer that. I will answer that.
I beg to differ. We can, there are people who test every 3 months.
No, yes,
So-
you are right. You are right, because under the program policy, there are few people, because of their high risk behavior, they are being tested at every interval of 6 months or 3 months or every year also, depending upon the risk they are perceiving. But in that case, we can also take a policy, but this is only a future which I am thinking of, is that we can think of reducing the number of TIs of the TI center also. What is the need of TIs then? After all, TIs are required only for the, for these purpose only, for distributing condom, to changing their behavior. And if these things can be done through post or through these things only, then definitely we can. But then as sir said, Dr. Vishwas said that the counseling is very, very important part of the testing. There has to be pre-counseling, there has to be post-counseling. I don't know, for an HRG it may be different, but for a different person, for the general population, it has to be different. It has to be a counseling, has to be different.
I think it's tea time. Yes. One question, please.
Dr. Kumar Sami, Deputy Secretary. Yes, I think it's a debate going on. We have been in this field for more than 200 decades. We have seen how a national program implemented CD4, viral load, despite high cost, all in the interest of better patient and for HIV prevention. Now, we have enough data available across the globe, scientific and studies, how self-testing is helped to improve better patient care and also prevention and implement of product health. And many countries are already implementing and very successful. But here we are talking about the cost. Now, if we debate on this, look at the TV program. They keep testing for sputum gene experts, CPNA, in every other week. There are people going with severe cough and suspected. What could be the cost? And during this COVID time, we did RT-PCR again and again on so many people. So many people who are tested every week or every day. I think if we look at the cost and throw away a very important tool currently being well validated,
we'll be missing something. I think this is time, I know, it's a huge cost factor for our national program. How we can work on, how we can get that cost or negotiate with multiple manufacturing partners to reduce the cost for countries like India, or work with our bilateral partners for on the WHO units, how to get this implemented. I think that's a way forward rather than at this time, okay, because the cost will not implement. Then I think we are again going back to our, whatever success we have learned over a period of years and brought in might go little diluted. That's something very important point. And it could be.
Thank you. I'll pass it on and right now we can park it. I think.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Sorry for interrupting. It's tea time. We're overshooting time, and you can have the time to discuss with the speakers at the tea table. No? So thank you very much for this program, all the speakers. So now at this moment we go for the moment to the speakers. Yes.
Request chairperson to hand over the moment to speakers. David. Dr. Puri. Dr. Rajesh Rana. I will request Dr. Puha to felicitate our chairpersons. Now we will break for the tea, and sharp 11:45 we will have the live session from WHO. Please be here at 11:45.
Dr. Cherajani, most welcome, man. Bobby, कहाँ है? Bobby.
आपका पास होगा एक पास तो आ जाएगा
Yeah, yeah, all of our students doing well.
So next, yeah.
All the used things that you can go and see.
Yeah.
It's fun and I'll just bring the bag.
Good long section is today.
Yeah.
There is no revival.
Are you not for it? You have to tell. Picture. Then last year. Also. We take nothing on the same moment, right? नहीं पर उसका 40 तो बैठने उसमें Same, you've seen this video that I sent you. Whenever start the video, that's thank you.
But I have on the
Yes.
Start. Yeah, you just say the tea break is there when you start. You just yeah, yeah. Sorry, that ration type of stuff.
So now we'll move on to our next session. I will invite the co-chairs, Dr. Pauline Chan and Dr. Jyoti Dhar. Dr. Jyoti?
Dr. Pauline is there.
Yeah, actually.
But if you start, then she'll be.
Very much and we'll see a presentation from Dr. Meg Doherty, the director of WHO in HIV, hepatitis, and STIs. And her presentation will be the challenges and implementation of the 95. It's a recorded presentation. Let's see. So Dr. Meg Doherty is the director of the department, and she's an infectious disease specialist and an epidemiologist. And before WHO, she was working in the Johns Hopkins University. So after this plenary session, it will be followed by the inaugural celebration. So,
thank you very much, and good afternoon. I'm very pleased to be able to be with you virtually today to present on the challenges and I would say the opportunities in the implementation of the 95 targets. I'm sorry that I can't be with you in person today, but I'm very pleased that we'll be able to share some of the work that is happening at WHO. So in the next 30 minutes, I will provide an overview of the global epidemiology and the 95 targets. Challenges, not this year due to COVID-19, but due to the inequities and a new outbreak and POTS. Opportunities, including implementation of the WHO guidelines and how far we've come, innovations across prevention, testing, treatment, and viral load monitoring, and then on the areas of health security and primary care. Where are we going in the future? I'll remind you again that the 95 targets you're well aware of is people who know their HIV status, those who are aware of their HIV status who are on the antiretroviral treatment, and those who are virally suppressed. However, there are three other viral, 95s, including promulgation prevention, women having access to HIV and sexual and reproductive health services, and coverage of eliminating vertical transmission. Again, there's also societal enablers, or the 10-10-10, which I think are now equally as important as we start to try to reach ending AIDS as a public health threat. The one area that we can all be in agreement with is that we have many strategies. We have the global AIDS strategy, we have our WHO global health sector strategies for HIV, viral hepatitis, and STIs, a global health strategy, and now they're calling 5x3 strategy, all of them very aligned and with many similar approaches to taking innovations and looking at efficiencies across the delivery of HIV care. So we still have very high aspirational goals to reach the SDG targets by 2030, including reaching less than 500,000 acquired new infections and deaths during this time. And so we do have quite a bit of work to do to be able to reduce the number of people living with HIV, new infections, and also do that for children and do that for all populations everywhere. When you start to look at our current data that came out in 2021, that we still have 1.5 million new infections every year, 650,000 deaths. And in the Southeast Asia region, still over 100,000 new infections per year and around 90,000 deaths. So again, we've seen that there has been great progress, but some declines over time in terms of that progress, or some stalling. And in certain areas of the world, we're starting to see new infections rise, which we haven't seen for many years. One thing that has become clear is as we are addressing the higher burden countries, we're noting that the proportion of new cases are going up in key populations. That means in populations that are hardest to find, most left behind. And certainly this is where we need to go with some of our innovations to be able to reach and achieve our national targets. In 2021, 70% of all the infections were among key populations or their partners. And when you start to look outside of the general numbers and into Asia, it can be as high as 90% of new cases. For example, in the Asia Pacific region, we're still seeing declines in new infections and deaths. But again, burdens that are higher in men than in other parts of the world and in key populations. We've done a very good job of reaching women living with HIV and the PMTCT services, but to end pediatric HIV, we really need to do much more around the pregnancy period. And what we're seeing from something called the step bar analysis, that a lot of the new infections are happening when mothers who have been on therapy have dropped off treatment, or young mothers are becoming infected during pregnancy. And so using prevention during pregnancy and during the breastfeeding period are going to be really important to be able to reach the very small persons who are going to be left behind if we don't do a good job. So here we are with our global 95-95 targets cascade. Globally, we're at 85, 75, 68. So globally, we have not achieved that. And recall, we can't achieve our targets without achieving them for all people everywhere. When you look at the Southeast Asia region, where India sits a little bit lower, 74, 63, 55. And when you start to look at adults versus children, there's an even greater divide where children are very much left behind, with only 52% of children having access to ART. When you start to look at the reporting out, these are maps where we can see from the AIDS info database where they're reporting out and what the density of, let's say, the coverage is. And we have much higher coverage in sub-Saharan Africa for the first 95, as well as for the second 95, it goes throughout Africa. And we know this is, driven by all of the partnerships that occur, including PEPFAR and Global Fund and yourselves. But when we look at viral load suppression, we're seeing that there's much fewer countries that have infused the viral load throughout. And so we do have to ensure that we're also making sure everybody has access to a viral load. When we look at the data for the Asia Pacific area, we see that many people are still very much unaware of their status. And inequalities exist with children, but they're not as great as across the world that we would see. Many people don't know are living with HIV and have never had a test or not a test within the last 6 months. So there needs to be some effort to identify those who are hesitant to come into services for tests. When we look at our vision for achieving the 95 targets, you can see that they want all of their countries by 2025 to be exceeding the 95 and reaching ending HIV as a public health threat by 2030. Here we see a number of countries, at least 8 or more, that are reaching or near 95, and many others who are getting closer. Of course, we all have to take a look and ensure that those who are falling behind are given the kinds of support and services that they need to be able to reach those targets. This is another way of looking at that data, which we follow. And as you can see, until we reach the 95 in children, we will not be able to reach it for the globe. And we encourage you to take a look at India and across the region to see how we can improve those targets. So have we been off track because of COVID this year? I would say no, not really. What we've seen post-COVID is that we've had a real resilience in terms of services being able to be delivered and a catch-up in that sense. But we have had stalling, so we haven't made the same strides in scaling up as one would have thought. So there is a need to continue to push. But I would have to talk a little bit more about inequities. And one example might be the Mpox outbreak. And I'm sure you're aware that last year, in 2022, there was a global outbreak, and WHO got involved and asked a lot of people working on HIV as they had with COVID. And you can see that this was really rapid, but overall, 86,000 people have been infected, seems to be coming to the tail of the outbreak at least. And yes, we have seen have been slowly rising, as has the proportion of people who are living with HIV. And I think this is important because, some of this overlaps where we have our HIV programming, but we have seen inequities in sort of the delivery of testing, the delivery of vaccines, and the delivery of treatments that might be needed. And of course, we've seen also that there's an intersection between HIV and Mpox, and that those who are untreated or untested for HIV come and present with Mpox and advanced HIV disease can be at risk for very severe or fatal disease. We know right now that in our database at WHO, we have up to 57% of those who are reporting in who are also co-infected with HIV. And there's a desire to look at some of the data to say, can severe Mpox be presented as an opportunistic infection or as an OI? And we know as we move into the future that some of the Mpox control will likely come into the services for STIs and the services for HIV. Again, graphic pictures, but to tell you that it can be very severe. So we can never forget that we have to take our learnings from HIV and try to use them as best as we can for other outbreaks and not get distracted. The great thing about the community of HIV, they really coalesced around the work of Mpox and the LGBTQI community came together, shared information. And I think in many ways, it was a very successful communication effort I have seen from the work that we've been involved in terms of engagement with the community and then getting the message out so to reduce ongoing transmission. Now I'd like to talk a little bit about where we are with our guidance. I said things weren't effective, and I actually believe that we're showing some real great strides. This slide here shows us how many countries are now taking up HIV self-testing and implementing. And green is good, lighter green is not fully implemented. And what we're starting to see is that we only have a few countries in orange that have no policy, but many countries are moving forward with self-testing. And this is a great intervention to be able to get services to those who are left behind. For dolutegravir or TLD, tenofovir, QTC, dolutegravir use as a preferred first line. We're seeing it almost universally across the globe. Approximately 86% of 106 countries reporting in have really fully implemented the dolutegravir approach. For children, this is getting better as well. And then this past year, we really have the exciting news of being able to share with countries dolutegravir 10 milligrams, and that has provided a huge impetus to get better viral load for children. What I can say is, the viral load testing, although there's great policies, what we saw from the reporting out is there may be policies, but implementation has not yet been fully brought into many countries. And I think we have to do much better in terms of access to viral load and using the multiplex or the multi-disease approach to diagnostics, so that if there are nucleic acid testing available, whether it's for TB, the experts, or other platforms, that we're actually ensuring that all people living with HIV have viral load according to the guidelines. So I wanted to show a little bit of really interesting data that was presented during Troy and before, that we see from WHO a complete transition really to taking up dolutegravir and reduction of NNRTIs, the European guidelines across the board. But what does that mean for impact? And I think this set of data that was shared by USAID has shown that as TLD has scaled up over the last 3 years, and this is all during COVID, you're seeing the great uptake in PEPFAR countries. Now, of course, in PEPFAR countries, there can be a lot of support to be able to make this transition, but there's almost a uniform support to moving to TLD as a first-line regimen. And what you see with that is that the viral load has been going up, and so that the viral load suppression has been going up. Better outcomes for people living with HIV. So moving from viral load suppression down here at 80% up to 100, with the greater implementation of TLD, that has really been transformational in terms of getting those people who have not yet been suppressed. For children, it's just starting out, but those countries that have been able to implement a TLD dolutegravir transition for pediatrics, it's looking fantastic. We've seen some countries like Nigeria and Zambia who've made full transition for children living with HIV less than 15 to a dolutegravir-based regimen. And as you can see, their viral load suppression goes from 86 to 92 and 87 to 93. These are the kinds of interventions that are going to get us to 95, 95, 95. If other countries don't implement, then again, the viral load will remain at a lower level in the 80s, not at the 90s and not above that we're aiming for. Again, another set of interventions of differentiated service delivery, I believe have really supported helping to identify ways to make services more people-centered, help people who are living and those who are left behind be able to make sure that they can have access to treatment when and where they need it. So, for example, we've seen that the ARV pickup for people who are stable on ART has gone way up. Every 6 months in your region, almost 20% of the countries report that they get out the antiretrovirals for 6 months, and certainly almost all every 3 months. I think these have been really life-changing and improve the quality of care for people living with HIV. Again, although there are some really great integration policies that are out there in the WHO guidelines, there are some that need to be implemented, and it would be good if you took a look at your policies to see if you're implementing them. Key population-friendly services, having adolescent-friendly services. Are there primary health providers who can deliver antiretroviral therapy? Can this be delivered in a primary care setting for children? And can ARVs be delivered in an opiate substitution therapy setting? Some of these have just not yet reached a threshold of 50% of countries being able to do this. And I think these are the kind of innovations that we'll need to get to the last 90s. So what are some of the newer opportunities in terms of guidelines that will be coming out or are under development now so that you can be aware of them for when they're ready? Number one, we have the tools. And from our strategies, we want people to start to focus on primary prevention, look at the causes of deaths, be able to implement the advanced HIV disease guidelines, close the gaps for those populations left behind, and start to address stigma and discrimination in the workplace. In terms of PrEP or pre-exposure prophylaxis, there's a new document out for differentiated and simplified pre-exposure prophylaxis. This gives many more options so that PrEP can be utilized in those who need it most. It has a 211 starting and stopping and safely using PrEP for those who have periods of risk. It talks about PrEP and viral hepatitis and self-testing and where PrEP can be delivered. And there's also some information about integrating STIs into PrEP services. There's new guidance around prevention for ridiculous. We know this has been difficult having this get adopted in many countries. Prices are high, but I think this is something to offer as an offer to women and something to explore in your country. Certainly, people are very excited about long-acting injectable cabotegravir. The phase 3 trial showed high efficacy. It's 8 weeks, big intramuscular injection. And we made a recommendation in July 2022. There's regulatory happening in 11 countries, EMA as well. We know that Zimbabwe and South Africa have moved forward with regulation. There is not a large amount of injectables available, but PEPFAR is going to invest in this, and there will be some countries that will be starting to use this. We need to look at safety in pregnancy and breastfeeding, as well as the long tail of long-acting cabotegravir, and ensure that we don't have any issues of people becoming infected on cabotegravir and then developing resistance to that. Here are some outlines of where the studies are happening, but I know there are many who would like to be able to access this new innovation. But we also want to look at PEP, and we use PEP as a way of between PEP and PrEP to ensure that we can give prevention an opportunity at any point in time with community access in those who have been assaulted. We know that many times when people want to use PEP, it comes in too late, or it never is given, or it needs a lot of jurisdictional support to be able to use. We'd like to be able to make this easy. We also want to make testing easier. And of course, we're extending some of our work on HIV self-testing to STI self-testing or syphilis self-testing and HCV self-testing. So look out for some of the updates to some of the testing guidelines. We also have realized that to be able to find those most at risk, we also have to provide probably wraparound services. And this is sort of a stepwise move towards primary care, but being able to young people in prevention, mental health support is going to be necessary. And as for aging populations, we'll need NCD support. We have new guidelines that came out last July. We haven't seen them on key populations. This is an update to 2016 guidelines. It focuses on the enabling interventions, and it advocates for key populations in all epidemic settings. So I would review that because I think it's important to ensure that all key populations have access to services. We have a recommendation around peer navigators to support people to start and remain in care, and to use online and virtual interventions to ensure that key populations have confidentiality, but are offered support virtually as needed. In terms of dolutegravir, you saw those data about the implementation. It looks very great. But do we have any concerns anymore about dolutegravir and other integrase inhibitors in pregnancies. And I would have to say at CLOI, there were a lot of studies, and I'm starting to feel very comfortable that there's not anything to worry about in terms of neural tube defects. With the weight gain, I think there's still some concern about weight gain and metabolic syndrome, but nobody really wants to stop this drug because people are having such great viral load suppression. So they're starting to also look at how to manage the weight gain with those who are on dolutegravir. This is just the latest update from Lynn Moffitt that tells you that there's been no more neural tube defects, and that the level of neural tube defects and periconception has remained at the baseline. So I think it's quite safe, and we haven't seen anything with the cabotegravir either in the work that is being done. But there are a number of new drugs coming down the pipeline, and we've realized we need to study these in pregnant and breastfeeding women and in children early, so that we don't have to wait and we don't have to be worried about potential signals. And that means for dolutegravir, as well as lenacapavir, islatravir, some of the newer drugs that will be, we think, making a show in the next several years for HIV treatment. One area that I hope we can take to heart is advanced HIV disease. We've had recommendations out for many years, since 2014, 2015, but we haven't seen full implementation. And we really do want to see that screening tests happen for crypto, for histo, that we're treating the OIs, and we'll probably be adding mpox to those OIs as well. And that's preventing those OIs with prophylaxis and ensuring that if people fall out of care and present back with advanced HIV disease, that they're brought into care in a very friendly way. And these are some of the recommendations that really talked about tracing and supporting in a friendly way those who've disengaged, and providing what other services they might need, such as diabetes or hypertension services or psychosocial services, to help people who are having challenges staying care. Now we're talking about longevity of an HIV response, and we have to get better at delivering care in a non-judgmental and a tailored way. And lastly, to talk about viral load suppression. Not only do we have to increase the access to viral load, but we want people to understand that once one is virally suppressed, the risk of transmission is almost nothing. And we want to be able to have people feel comfortable with the U equals U messaging. WHO will be coming out very soon with a policy brief that will address what is undetectable or not detected by the systems we have, what is suppressed, because we know people are using DDS and the level of detection is 1,000, and what's unsuppressed, which would be greater than 1,000. And I think the goal here is to help people reach that undetectable viral load so that they can really have confidence that they have minimal to zero risk of transmission to their partners or to their children. We are starting to again monitor for acquired drug resistance, in particular for dolutegravir, and with the potential greater use of long-acting cabotegravir for PrEP, it's going to be something that's going to be important for us to continue to monitor for emergence of resistance. We started to see some, we would expect that. So I hope in India you're starting to prepare for doing more resistance and monitoring and surveillance as well. Lastly, I want to end on a few notes of where do you think the future is going to go. I think we're all starting to look at how do we think about integrating our work, whether it's having HIV services being part of a primary care service, is it bringing diabetes, hypertension care, mental health care into a chronic HIV service and making that a chronic care services? What are the services that we need to safeguard for key populations where they may not feel comfortable going into a general population primary care setting where it's very busy and there's not a lot of time? So WHO has been working on a series of documents about how one can start integrating, and it just makes sense. There's many things that make sense. Sharing the data systems, sharing the diagnostics, sharing the surveillance, sharing the supply chain. And I think in a world where we need to do more for our patients, but potentially less, this is very important that we start to work forward this way. And our guidelines have always had this sort of optimization and treatment of co-infection and comorbidities. And this year, this is also written into both PEPFAR and the Global Fund, where there's greater opportunity to look at some of those opportunities to bring them into the programming. And WHO is also working on how do we talk about primary care in HIV. And we hope to be working forward in the next couple of months to be working on some examples, and we invite India to share the examples you might have, because I think this is where we're headed. And we want to reach 95, 95, 95, and at the same time, build a primary care setting and system so that those services can be maintained for the long term, and that there's greater investment by countries themselves into their programming. Lastly, a lot of us are talking about health security and sustainability, and I think it's those cross-cutting and common services that are going to help with this. Public health institutions, supply chain modernization, integrated lab, healthcare workforce, and coordination around any of the outbreaks and health security issues that may come forward. My last slide is about addressing stigma and discrimination. It's something that we've realized that if we don't work on this now with healthcare providers and start to work on the healthcare workforce, we will not be able to achieve our 95, 95, 95. We know that at least 25% of all people living with HIV have had some form of discrimination in the healthcare setting. And so we've had multiple documents, but we're working now on what would be the other piece that is missing to this. Is it a training? Is it self-to-self and communities of practice? But I'm sure it would be very important that you also take a look at this in your setting, because we're all struggling with some of the chain challenges. So lastly, to say many countries are on track to reaching the 95, 95, 95 by 2025. But to be able to do this well, we have to address the inequities. Children, key populations, and even men are being left behind. To regain this momentum, I think we're already there, but bringing in even new innovations around prevention, PEP and PrEP or PrEP to PEP, and also really making an effort to reduce deaths by implementing fully the advanced HIV disease package, putting people at the center and really addressing stigma and discrimination in both for clients and in the healthcare workforce. This will make us successful. So I thank you again, and I wish you well on your meeting today.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And we'll open the floor for questions. Do you know, I don't know if it's on. Okay, and we'll open the floor for questions. Yeah, that's okay. If anyone has any questions, I can answer some of them. We'll attempt to answer some of them. Please feel free to do so. Yeah. Okay, so we'll move next to the inaugural.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Chairperson. Now we will have the inaugural session.
Good afternoon, everyone. Just bear with us for a few minutes while we just prepare for the inaugural ceremony for the conference. And I hope you're all having a good time. This is a good start to the 3-day event. And I mean, we've had lovely talks, we've had good debates, and we hope it continues for the next 2 days as well. It's okay. क्योंकि दुनिया ब्लैक से व्हाइट करने की मत कर। So we begin the opening ceremony for the 14th ASICON, the National Conference for the Society of India from 17th to the 19th of March. We would like to invite on dais our guests of honor, Dr. David Bridger, the Country Director for UNAIDS, Dr. Anup Kumar Puri, DDP NAPO, Dr. Polan Chan from WHO, Dr. Atul Gogia, local chair for the 14th ASICON, Dr. Ishwar Gilada, president of the 14th ASICON and ESI, Dr. Dilip Mathai, the president-elect for the AIDS Society of India, Dr. Gloria Alexander, our vice president, Mr. Nishant Negi from ITC, Dr. Kumarasamy, Secretary General ASI, and Dr. Ruby Bansal, the organizing secretary for the 14th ASICON. Once Dr. Mathai is here, we'll have him up too. Buddha said thousands of candles can be lighted from a single candle, and the life of candle will not be shortened. To mark the opening of the ceremony, I would request all the dignitaries on the dais to light the lamp. One for each of you. I would now request Dr. Ishwar Gilada to give his welcome words.
Good morning, everybody. Good afternoon. Sorry. This is a very auspicious occasion for any organization because when you see the opening ceremony, probably you hardly understand what was this hall before this yesterday. What was the shape of the organization, organizing committee, what was going on. And a lot of people have to slog to make this happen. When we want to decide where to go for the conference, you have to take a lot of things into mind. Who will be attending? Who are going to be your partners? What are the logistics? And when we look at that, from 2005, when we had a first conference in Delhi, that was the first National Conference of Asian Society of India. After that, the next conference happened only in 2009. And from 2005 to 9, Jaipur, Delhi, Jaipur. 10 we are in Hyderabad, 11 we are in Lucknow, 12 we are in Bangalore, 13 we are in Kolkata. So whenever we went to North, the attendance was thinned up. It's not because people are not interested there, but because the HIV pandemic is thick in the southern part. Maharashtra, Karnataka, Tamil Nadu, Andhra Pradesh now divided into Andhra Pradesh and Telangana. These are the 4 or 5 states which are highly HIV prone states since beginning, and in the Northeast. But when we want to organize something in the Northeast, it's very difficult to reach all of the people there. So we started with Northeast ASICON. So it was only for Northeast 6 or 7 states they come there. Then we look at how many people will be there in the conference. And coming in the North is always a risky proposition. And when we come to the North, we take a calculated risk because we are a national organization.
And we cannot keep on organizing conference in the south only. So taking this calculated risk, we have returned to Delhi after 18 years. And that is only on the strength of our partners. UNAIDS, WHO, National AIDS Control Organization or NACO. And this time we are joined by two more partners from Delhi, Plan International and PAP. So when partners say yes, it's okay. I think when me and Kumaraswamy came to book this hotel, first people we went was from Puri. We went straight from here, all from there, sir, we some chai manga ke rakhiye, hum aa rahe. And we told him that the conference is in this city. Now, when we want to organize a conference, we want to always give you a kind of experience which is unforgettable. And once we have made that benchmark, we cannot go down with it. And that's the reason we need to again look at which are the best places. And probably you must have seen from last couple of our conferences, ITC hotels is one of the best places to organize conferences. Not only because this is a hotel, they feel at home. They feel you that you are wanted. They add a lot of elements so that you will always remember something about ITC. And not only they look at this business, they are unwittingly doing CSR, corporate social responsibility. So what they offer us and what we are able to pay, it is unmatched. And that's the reason that we always have this kind of hotels which can host all of us. The other principle of ASI is that everybody, whether they are international speakers or national speakers or delegates or our scholarship recipients, they all stay in the same hotel. And we cannot organize anything without the support of logistic partners. If National Medical Council or Medical Council of India or State Medical Council have money and organize, if NACO organizes something, if WHO and UNAIDS organizes something, there is no role of ASI. So, and at the same time, when we organize, we don't get any funding from anywhere. And that's the reason we have to bank on support of logistic partners. So they are the different wheels of this chariot which has to move. And under this situation, they provide uninterrupted support. And that's the reason that conference can go on. And we made a policy that even they stay with us in the same hotel. They are able to interact with us. They are able to meet us. And without support of pharma companies and without support of what they are able to bring, not only for the conference. Today, most of the inventions for ARP are done abroad. Doing inventions is important, but reaching those inventions to common people, poorest people, with good accessibility and affordability, that is a bigger job, I think. And that is done by Indian pharma companies. Today, 92% of the world's people living with HIV are consuming medicines made in India. Today, most of the African countries' people are alive only and only because of India. When some of us were senior enough now to be retired from this profession, when we traveled to Africa, we were seeing on one spot 7 children were lying, and they were collecting dead bodies to do mass funerals on Sundays because they couldn't afford funerals. That kind of scenario. We're seeing people dying like ants, and that scenario has been changed because of India. So when we talk about Make in India, this is the biggest Make in India. We call it a second freedom struggle for the humanity. And not only HIV, you talk about tuberculosis. You show me any country in the world which makes anti-tuberculosis drug. Nobody. So wherever the profit margins are thin, wherever medicines are required for poorest of the poor people, nobody else but India makes it. And India has shown that enough. We don't have to elaborate more and more on that. Even 80% of the vaccines, preventable vaccines are made in India. Now coming to contents of the conference, again, we would like to see that more than 40% of the speakers this conference are all young people. We would like to have young people come and take up this profession. In HIV, it is now becoming limited field because robust drugs are there. People don't have to die. They don't have to compromise any of their life. They don't have to come to doctor often. And therefore, we need to even expand our doctors' arena. So we added emerging diseases. So this conference is HIV and emerging diseases. Because the COVID, there cannot be National COVID Society, there cannot be National Monkeypox Society. So we need to expand those areas where our people can slog and they can work. So with this aim in mind,
this conference is having equalize, energize, empathize. And equality means in all sorts of way, equality of young people, old people, Africa, India, or richer countries, but when they are making inventions. So we would like to have been connected, and AS has done that job for last 3 years now. Next year we will start a celebration of our silver jubilee of ASI, and this will be next 50 years onwards. Now you must have seen Dr. Dilip Mathai, who is our president-elect. He came late. No, this chair is really sticky. Nobody wants to come with a lot of responsibilities. Nobody wants to pick up. And that's the reason that the whole last several years I have been slogging on. But now you have a more energetic president than me. He is better than me. The first person you see in gym is Dr. Mathai. So I think that kind of person we are going to get, and is going to expand. Mr. Negi has been, I don't have to explain how hospitable he is. One of the most wonderful persons. Another person who is not able to come, Chitraran Dar. And Dhar and Dar is same actually. He has so he has been correct from Dr. Jyoti Dar, and he is at second highest position in IT services. One of the wonderful persons. Whenever any problem, just message him and keeps us solved. And David Bijar has been with us as a country director. Dr. Puri has been, I have been able to call him anytime. He has a very typical Hindi song, and I wanted him to change that song to something different. And Pauline is again a fall away. So all these kind of partners and my colleagues at ASI, they have been the strength of ASI. And that's the reason we are able to bring you best of the conference. Thank you very much.
We would now request our guests of honor to give their remarks. Dr. Pauline.
Good afternoon to all. And thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to appear today at ASICON as Dr. Devani. Thank you for inviting us. I look forward, WHO looks forward to a very long association. And even back then, when the first ASICON was held, even during the days of NACP 2 and 3, we were here together. So we have a long association together, and we look forward to continuing to work with the champions that are trying to end AIDS, but also everything related to the HIV arena, to battle the area of stigma discrimination, to ensure care and better care for people living and aging well and gracefully with HIV, but also to stop actually new transmission around children, newborns, and to make sure that we actually eliminate and end AIDS. We eliminate the related diseases such as STIs and syphilis that are related. Mother-to-child transmission of HIV, syphilis, and viral hepatitis will be important going forward. It is our lowest hanging fruit. In fact, in the whole arena, we have so many low-hanging fruit. But it is ready for us to optimize, and for you, my friends, to champion and keep championing and ensure that our next generation of HIV champions remain. The young investigators, the 50% of young people who will take up the mantle from all of us. So I congratulate the ASICON. You have been leading the voice, the scientific evidence, the debates that are there every time and every year when I come to see the conference. And I look forward to us working and closer together. Dr. Dilip, with you too. Thank you very much.
Dr. Puri.
I'm very thankful to ASICON, Dr. Vidada, for inviting me, for having me here. I'm really enjoying this conference very thoroughly. And
if you search for the ASICON, anybody can say that it is the academic organization which is working for in the field of AIDS. But there it is having a professional attitude that you can be while working with them. The way they are working, it's a very professional organization. And no doubt that the president of ASICON is not a sticky seat. I mean, it is not a sticky, it is a hot seat. I would say that. Out here, I would say that India has achieved one thing over and above what Dr. Pauline Chan has said, that we have to achieve many things. It has been said again and again. We have to work in the field of EMDCT in the same place with the hepatitis and prisons and other close settings also. But ultimately, the patient or the client has to be at the center. That should be our aim. And we are trying to keep that aim so far as far as possible. We are doing it. We are issuing guidelines again and again. Sometimes in the field situation, it may not happen. So what we are, telling our peripheral institutions, that may not happen over there. And we are having checks and balances for that. We are keeping checks on that. And for to take care of that, we are having HIV and AIDS Act and the grievance redressal system also. And the kind of academic, the environment, kind of academic, it is being seen over here. The discussions, it will be definitely helpful for our program. But ultimately, a program officer has to look into, and we have to come to a specific point where ultimately it should not be only the academic this thing. Ultimately, whatever we are achieving, that should help in the policy change somewhere. We need not, and we should not go into the kind of research wherein which has already been proved, and we have to look into only those kind of research which may help the policy change in the program in the long run. So that will be my request to the ASICON and all the professional body, that they should work in those fields only. And preferably, in their own interest, they are working in many fields, they may work, but preferably they should work in those fields which may help the change in the policy of the program, and which will be a win-win situation for both the program as well as the professional agency. Thank you. Thanks a lot.
Thank you so much, Dr. Puri. Dr. Bridger, I would like some remarks from you as well.
Okay, thank you. And look, may I acknowledge everyone on the inauguration panel, and may I just say and reiterate comments from my colleagues, but also just say that these conferences, and I know this is your 14th, it's my first in attendance, but these conferences are just so critical to the convergence where we see health practitioners, researchers, implementers, members of the community coming together to actually debate, exchange information, and build that body of knowledge that's so critical to moving the HIV response forward. And India is one of the great contributors to that body of knowledge. And that's why these conferences are so critical that they are maintained and energized and equalized going forward. I join Pauline in committing to ensuring that we look at ways in which we can re-energize the engagement of young practitioners here in an ongoing process. And let's look at ways in which we can do that at the 15th National Conference next year. So look, M&As really would like to today re-engage and re-kick off its engagement with the conference going forward. And we make that commitment. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Mr. Negi. The other dignitaries, we are going to meet them over the next few days, but we might not be able to see you in the auditorium again. So, Dr. Glory, we would like to give a memento from all of us. And Mr. Negi, please. Yeah, sure.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Dignitaries here. On behalf of Dwarka, I'm honored. We are honored to host the 14th National Conference of AIDS Society of India, and on behalf of each one of us at the hotel, I would like to take the opportunity to welcome you all at the landmark in hospitality in this part of the town. It's an honor to be placed.
For this year, we have 3 lifetime achievement awardees. So even some of them may not know who they're all. So I don't want to talk all their names first, but I will introduce individually. The first one here is Professor Dr. Savita Pava, which many of you know here. She's a pediatric infectious disease specialist by training and done a PhD in immunology in the United States. And she had contributed hugely in the field of HIV, apart from her clinical career. She's been one of those pivotal scientists in the last 2.5 decades who has been working in the field of HIV and immunology, help us to understand what HIV does to our immune mechanism, and as a result, we have several therapies which we are using in our patients. Thank you, Dr. Savita, for doing that. And today, a lot of our research work is on people who are on antiretroviral treatment for many, many years, who have got suppressed virus, and still it's been multiplying in reservoirs. Now, she and her team in the University of Miami has been studying what is happening to the immune system, and their team helped us to tell us, hey, there is something happening there, and because of that, people with HIV, even if they are antiretroviral drug on a long run, they are developing non-communicable diseases like diabetes and hypertension, and so on and so forth. Also, she works closely with a molecular biology team in the University of Miami and trying to understand how these viruses sets up reservoirs, which is helping the scientists to develop a cure for HIV. So with this background, Dr. Savita Pava, who have achieved a lot, but published very extensively on behalf of AIDS Society of India, we are presenting this Lifetime Achievement Award for your excellent research for describing the immunology of HIV pathogenesis and aging. She has published more than research publications, and personally, she's also a collaborator with us, which she helped us to understand what happens to Indian HIV-infected people when they are suppressed with a viral load, what new non-communicable diseases they have been developing. With this, I'll request President Dr. Gilara and to present this award on behalf of ASI.
Wow, thank you so much. I am deeply honored by this award by ASICON. I think I'm honored because ASICON had made such an enormous contribution to the fight against HIV/AIDS in India. And I want to congratulate the fearless leader, Dr. Gilada, for all the hard work that he has done. He has never been afraid to follow the science and not been afraid to face the challenges along the way. I think that with all the new achievements in therapeutics for treatment as well as prevention like PrEP, and I dare say cure strategies that are being developed, we will truly hope and not dream and feel that we're not hoping in vain for end of the epidemic for real. And we heard a lot about the future generation of young investigators who are going to come in the scene. I feel that there will also be a future generation of AIDS-free society, not in the distant future. Thank you so much for this.
The next in order is our own Dr. Prakash Bora. He is 70 and 71 years plus. He has been with the AIDS Society of India as governing council member for 10 decades. He has been my colleague at the Day Hospital, my senior there. And he has worked on the field, the NGO, the organization, the patients. Mind well, when we are giving Lifetime Achievement Award, it is not a kind of clue for them to retire. And you can see on the stage, Dr. Dilip Mathai was given Lifetime Achievement Award last year, and he's president-elect now. So we don't make you retire, because posthumous award, retirement award, we don't get into that. But they have done excellent work. Let us have some kind of path for future, and that's the reason they are being awarded. So AIDS Society of India honors Dr. Prakash Bora from Mumbai with the Lifetime Achievement Award for his exemplary contribution towards prevention, control, and management of HIV. 14th ASICON, New Delhi, India, March 17, 2023.
It has been a pleasant surprise. The first thing I want to tell is that it is Ishwar and Sindhu Bhabi who pushed me into this field. And from there, we started working with Rajiv, Ghanesham, and Vijay. The second thing is my wife, woman of strength, she has been with me all throughout during this journey. And she has supported me all over. The day we started working, it was really difficult. There was an air of stigma, discrimination, deaths, and to arrange a family get together for the positive people was a very difficult job. Arrange for home care was a difficult job. Looking after widows was a difficult job. And all those things we were able to do during that time because of the help of the people. And the thirdly, I would like to acknowledge my patients who were with me as colleagues and as patients also. Roma, Lata, Babita, and they have survived this epidemic and they have seen the bad times, they have seen the good times also. And they have given me a chance to serve me. Thank you so much.
Again, the next one is our own Dr. Rajiv Jarajani. When he walks, you will find that Dr. Rajiv is coming. He has been a psychiatrist. He has been my senior and colleague at JJ Hospital. For last more than a decade, he has been with Aid Society of India's governing council member. For his personal reasons, he stepped down last year. He has been the only person in the country, in the beginning, who talked about mental health of HIV positive people. So when we talk about counseling, mental health, depression, suicidality, at that time, when we started working in 1985 at JJ Hospital, these are the battery of psychiatrists. I am the only one non-psychiatrist among their company. And other 4 psychiatrists, one of them is in New Bombay, one is in USA, one is almost retired at home. And people used to ask me, how come you survive in all the psychiatrists without going mad? So I said, I'm also mad. And then I do all this kind of work. So with this kind of service, we owe to Dr. Adi Jalnani for guidance to ASI for all these years and for the patients. So Aid Society of India honors Dr. Rajiv Jarajani, Mumbai, with the Lifetime Achievement Award for his exemplary contribution in mental health related issues. 14th ASICON, New Delhi, India, March 17, 2023. Okay.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I'm humbled and honored. As Ishwar rightly said, there are few psychiatrists who continue to work in this field. And fortunately, after having seen the first patient in the meeting with Dr. Mary, and then, of course, it followed a number of clinical meetings and
nobody was paying attention and just the interest of the but people talk about the dietary people talk about healthcare in terms of treatment. But there is a difference between treatment and management, where the human touch was missing somewhere. Where I have been able to witness the first agency for all. I have partly contributed working with industries, corporate sectors, and training programs for those who are working for them and the clients which are suffering with this kind of problem. Fortunately, being a toxicologist as well, I had opportunity to understand that how important it is the role of each of the interventions that we design and we implement. But more than often, maybe I sound cynical, but it is the implementation part which becomes more and more difficult now. So I'm thankful to all of you. I'm thankful to ASI and learning council friends. All of you, thank you very much. Very coming to you.
Congratulations to all the winners and thank you so much for showing us the path. And we really hope that as the youth, we are able to take all that good work that we've done and do something with it. So we are almost towards the end of our opening ceremony. I would just request all the dignitaries to inaugurate one of the books, which is called Blending of the Epidemic, which was written by Jayashree and Gopal Shetty, which shows the journey of the epidemic in India. And after that, I will request Dr. Kumar Sahib to give the major thanks.
Good afternoon, everyone. So at this time, I want to start from the results. We had 280 registrations for this conference. Half of you are already being here, and many of them are on the way, or many of them are practicing clinicians. Hopefully by this afternoon and tomorrow, I think the hall will be free. At this time, I'd like to thank all the delegates of this conference. Without you, we would not have run this meeting at all. Thank you so much for being here. You would have seen this agenda, scientific agenda, which was carefully developed by our scientific committee. And also we have chosen both national and international faculty who have done work in that respective field, either published or treated or done some policy. At this time, I thank you, all the national and international faculty for this conference who have been accepted to be a speaker for volunteering your time, because we're not paying you anything. Yes, you came here, volunteered, spending a lot of your time preparing slides, and thank you so much. And particularly, I'd like to thank, we have few international faculty who came in person. At this time, we have Dr. Savita Pava, Dr. Raj Pava, and Dr. Jyoti Dar, and Dr. Franco. They flew all the way, from their respective countries on their own and to speak to us. So at this time, we thank you all on behalf of the Society of India and the government. And next I'll go into the tax. So this conference, we know that, you have been hearing from this morning, we have been heavily endorsed and supported by our national program. We have here Dr. Puri, who head our care and support program, who spoke to us a little earlier. Thank you so much, sir, for being here and also for supporting this conference on behalf of the National AIDS Control Organization. I know that we have a lot of struggle and challenges. We struggled in the past, we've come a long way. I'm sure this conference will help to help the national program to achieve the targets set by our other bilateral partners who are sitting on your right and left. So we also like to thank, on behalf of AIDS Society of India, Dr. David Bojo from UNAIDS. Thank you so much for being here and also helping us to set up this target so that our national program and we'll achieve towards that. Also like to thank our good friend Pauline Chance for the United States. She started her career as a country officer in this country many years back when we did the first conference 2005 here. You're still here now. You've become a regional expert and advisor for WHO. Thank you for being here and for your continuous support to AIDS Society of India. WHO is releasing a lot of technical advice and advice, and many of them will be dealt in this conference. And thank you so much for those advices done with the WHO to keeping us busy in this conference. Also, I'd like to thank many of those of our academic partners, which you can see the names there, and also the logistic partners. This conference would not have been done possible without a generous educational support by the various logistic partners, MCure, Abbott, Viatris Milan, Gilead Sciences, Kefide, Rarus, Hetero, Sysmex, Cipla, Jolly, and many others. And also we had a wonderful, audiovisual team who's been continuously working with us for, almost all the conferences, undisturbingly and interruptedly. Hopefully we'll also have the same thing for the next 2.5 days. Thank you again, for following us with our journey. I think they need a thorough applause, so we've done so much to us. Also, our event manager, they trouble with a lot of emails. Some of the mails would have been delayed, but that's not because of them. That might be because of the governing council. We take the blame. And also, we like to thank the hotel, ITC. When me and Dr. Gelada came here to negotiate the prices, they've been so expensive, the hotels. I don't know how these international tourism will develop here. Finally, when we came, and to ITC, they're the only one who will suit to our budget. Thank you so much, for continuously supporting us. And also, we have a lot of players. You worked from the beginning, our governing council and our registration team. And thanks everyone, for supporting this conference. And let us now break for lunch. And hopefully, we'll meet at 2 p.m. again to initiate this conference. Thank you so much. Lunch will be served in the same place where we had breakfast this morning, Gateway. It's all in the same level. The restrooms are also on the same corridor. Thank you.